recording. Oh, we need to unmute microphones, everyone, please, now that we're live. So.
Let's see if I can.
Oh, Betty. Yep, there we go.
Good morning and welcome to the second session of the Ballot Simplification Committee, meeting in session to prepare an overview of the legislation for the voter information pamphlet. My name is Betty Packard and I was nominated to this committee by the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. Michelle Anderson was nominated by the Pacific Media Workers Guild. Lauren Giardin was nominated by the League of Women Voters, and Scott Patterson was nominated by the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. Our clerk is Peter Stevens, and our deputy city attorney is Jenica Maldonado. This session, we are operating a little differently from those in the past because we are each operating from home rather than a hearing room in a city hall. Therefore, we this week instituted a different way of approaching each measure's draft from the city attorney. A member of the committee will take the lead on interpreting the draft before we begin committee discussion. Once we've come to a consensus on a draft of the legislation, we open the floor to public comment, and you are welcome to call in with your comments regarding what we have written. Once public comment has ended, we go over your comments to see if they add substance to our draft. Following that discussion, there is a reading, and that draft then has concluded for the day. And yes, there is an appeal process if you do not agree with our draft for the day. I also need to tell you that this committee has nothing at all to do with the title. It is set by the Director of Elections, and your comments regarding the title should be directed to him. And to begin this session, we are considering removing citizenship requirements for members of city bodies. And for that, Lauren has taken the lead. Lauren, would you like to take over?
Sure. So the changes I made, Peter can show those on the screen. But before we do we need a reading of the measure for the record?
I was going to say, let's let Peter read the first, the way it is now, and then you can discuss that, and then we'll go on to the proposal.
Can we just read the entire thing to get this out of the way? I'm sorry. I'd like to be able to talk about the entire thing if we need to.
I don't know. What's everybody else is thinking? Lauren? Michelle, what?
You know, Betty, I'm going to defer to you as chair on that.
Michelle, what's your?
Actually, I'd like to go section by section, but I mean, either way could work.
Well,
Betty, if I may, just a clarifying question: is the intent to read the draft as revised by Lauren, or the city attorney's draft?
We're attempting to read the city attorney's draft in the beginning.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I would say for ADA access purposes, just as long as it's written out loud and in its entirety at some point, that's the only legal requirement. So again, I'll defer to the committee on how to read it and when.
Do we need to read both the city attorney draft and the?
No, we do not. No.
No, I don't believe so. Just the city attorney draft. So it's a starting point for people who are hearing impaired. It provides them context with what was the starting point that the committee took action.
Thanks, Jenica.
And my only thinking about reading it section by section is that for those who are hearing impaired, it makes it easier for them to understand what we're changing and doing. But this draft maybe is not that complicated. And Lauren, it's your lead. So do you want to read it all the way through, or do you think section by section, depending upon how you've changed it?
Given Janica's comments about just making sure that we get it on record, I would rather have us not take the risk that we miss something. So let's read the whole thing.
Okay.
And then it's on record. And then if we need to have any section reread because we want a refresher, or we think anyone listening might need a refresher, we can choose to do that at that point.
All right.
Okay.
All right, Peter, you want to read the whole thing?
All right, sounds good. So removing citizenship requirements for members of city bodies. The way it is now. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yeah.
All right, wonderful, thank you. The way it is now, city government includes many boards, commissions, and advisory bodies, city bodies. Generally, city bodies are created through either the city's charter or an ordinance. For city bodies created through the charter, members must generally be registered to vote in San Francisco unless the charter specifically sets a different rule. To register to vote in San Francisco, a person must be a U.S. citizen of voting age, currently 18 years old, and a San Francisco resident. For city bodies created through ordinance, members are required to be registered to vote in San Francisco unless the Board of Supervisors has removed this requirement through an ordinance, or the public official who appoints a city body member has waived the requirement that the member be a San Francisco resident, based on a finding that a qualified San Francisco resident could not be found. For all city bodies, whether created through the charter or an ordinance, members must currently be U.S. citizens. The proposal, Proposition blank, would remove the requirement that a member must be a registered voter and a U.S. citizen to serve on any city body. Proposition blank would still generally require that members of city bodies created through the charter be old enough to vote in city elections and be San Francisco residents, unless the charter sets a different rule for a particular city body. For city bodies created through an ordinance, the Board of Supervisors could remove the voting age or residency requirement through a further ordinance. For these city bodies, the appointing official could also waive these requirements based on a finding that a person meeting those requirements cannot be found. A yes vote means if you vote yes, you want to amend the city charter to remove the requirement that members of city boards, commissions, and advisory bodies generally must be U.S. citizens and registered voters. A no vote means if you vote no, you do not want to make this change.
Great, thank you, Peter.
Mm-hmm.
So can you show the suggested edits?
Yep.
Thank you. Can you show them what the edits showing? So we can look at the changes from the original?
Yep, definitely.
Thank you. Here we go.
Okay.
So I'm just looking at the way it is now. So the bulk of the changes that I made was a slight restructuring to, rather than starting three of these sections for city bodies through the charter, for city bodies that are created through an ordinance, I switched the emphasis to be the people who serve on city bodies, since that's really what this measure would affect. And I also had to make some corrections to the qualifications to register to vote. That was an incomplete list. And since this measure does talk about registering who is registered to vote and who is not, I wanted to make sure that was more correct. Although, you know, we should talk about if we need to include it all, but I thought if we wanted, I thought that was important. And then, you know, just some other general grammatical changes. So we can go through them however we like, but, you know, most of them I think are pretty straightforward. So there's just some grammar stuff in the first sentence. So my suggestion is to insert the word the before city, to take out the quotes around city bodies. That's in the first sentence.
Also, we should get rid of that extra comma after.
Yes. So,
After commissions.
Yeah, after commissions.
Yeah.
We should probably maybe set aside city bodies for consideration of the words you need to know at the end of the day.
Wow, that's such an interesting term.
It's a terrible term.
Yeah, really, it's like, okay.
I'm a body who lives in the city.
Yeah, really, that's why it's problematic. Okay, but can't do anything about it.
I know.
It was worse in the Legislative Digest. It was policy bodies, which you would have hated even more.
It was what, Jenica?
Policy bodies.
Oh, yes, right.
That I knew would disgrace you more. So I knew you'd hate this, but less than that.
Yeah, I know. Good call. Good call.
So Peter, how do you want to go about changing now? Do you want to take out that comma?
All right, which comma are we looking at right now?
The one after commissions in the first sentence.
Let's see. Oh, yep, gotcha. I'll see if this is going to look too confusing or not. Is everyone okay kind of watching my updates as well, or do you want me to put this into a simple markup form?
I would ask the other committee members if they're okay, just basically seeing my comments, seeing all of my changes take effect.
Yeah, I'd be fine seeing it without the markup.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good.
Let's see.
Track my changes.
You're right, no markup.
Okay.
All right, does this work for everyone?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So, so we can see the first sentence with all the changes now, including the comma we removed and the ones I made. And then the second sentence, all I did was change the word generally to in general. I just find it a little clearer. This digest used the word generally a bit in a few places, and I know that that's also legal hedging language, so I tried to think about times when we might be able to take it out because of how the sentence was structured. There I decided to leave some sort of hedging in. So we can move on to the second paragraph. So I changed the structure of this, so it now reads, people who serve on city bodies created through the charter must be registered to vote in San Francisco. And so I also took out the word members. I found that word to be very confusing. Well, one, because, I didn't want to get into whether every city body called their members members. So I didn't want that to be a confusion, but also we're talking about people who serve and the qualities that those people have.
I think that's a good call, Lauren.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the second half of that sentence, I just took out the word specifically. So now it reads, unless the charter sets a different rule. I didn't think the word specifically added anything there.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. The next sentence, oh, sorry.
It didn't add a thing. You were absolutely right. Yeah.
Great. The second sentence is where the most significant changes are. Because the previous version did not accurately reflect the qualifications to register to vote in San Francisco. So now it reads, to register to vote in San Francisco, a person must be a United States citizen, a San Francisco resident, and of voting age, and cannot be in prison, be on parole for a felony conviction, or have been found mentally incompetent to vote by a court. This isn't exactly the qualifications. We could also say, I think it actually says it cannot be in state or federal prison. I took that out. I wasn't sure that added any understanding for the voter at the level that is useful here, but this is more accurate. One thing that is left out here is that certain non-citizens can register to vote in some elections in San Francisco for school board.
Right.
Depending on certain qualifications. I left that out intentionally. That doesn't seem to be the type of registering to vote that's being discussed here. The Department of Elections refers to that voting as non-citizen voting. So, just to let everyone know that choice was made. So this sentence might need a little work. One other thing I did take out also was I took out the parenthetical currently 18 years old because that's not accurate. You can register to vote if you are 17 so long as you will be 18 on or after Election Day. I think that's how that goes.
On or before.
On or before, right, thank you. So you can register at 17 even if you can't vote actually till later. This doesn't address the pre-registration to vote that 16 and 17-year-olds can do. That's a different function. Should we see any changes that might need to be made here that could help the sentence out so they could kind of hack into it?
No, I think that's understandable.
Yeah.
Scott?
I like the changes that you've made very much in this. I actually had no major problems with any of the changes, and I would accept it as modified.
Okay. Great. All right. Moving on.
Yeah.
Betty,
Well.
if I may.
I'm sorry?
I might just add a legal clarifying point. If we are going to delve into the level of detail that's been added, prison without the qualifier could be, it's causing me a little bit of concern because in terms of legal significance, the difference between prison and jail is unclear to me, and people can be imprisoned but not be in a state or federal facility. And so I am concerned we're creating a legal inaccuracy by suggesting that, by not clarifying the point, because what if someone's in county jail and then they think that there would be, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I see.
Would it be sufficient if we just added cannot be in state or federal prison?
Prison.
That would be my suggestion.
Okay.
That's what Lauren took out, so.
No, actually, that was none of the prison part was in there at all. I just did not put the state or federal prison in when I added the prison piece, but we can definitely add that in.
Okay.
The Secretary of State's website, which I suspect is maybe where Lauren obtained the list, it indicates state or federal prison. A suggestion we received from Supervisor Yee's office also suggested that qualifier. I think that it just helps with the legal accuracy of it.
The list I looked at was the San Francisco Department of Elections website for this information.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully that's correct. All right, so the next paragraph, I did the same structural change. So now it starts, people who serve on city bodies created through an ordinance are required to be registered to vote in San Francisco unless. I also took out the word members, and I just put an ordinance that was missing for some unclear reason before. So that's all the changes to that. Anyone want to make any other changes?
Okay. Or it's hard to read on a phone screen.
Small.
Michelle, do you want me to read it again?
Oh no, I'm just
Okay.
thinking. Phones.
What is your thinking about the fact that it needs the clause, whether created through the charter or ordinance?
So that's just consistency. The first paragraph says an ordinance, so I thought this one should as well.
Okay.
If we didn't use the word "and" here, we would want to take it out, I think, throughout in order to be consistent.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, then the bullets. So I'll just read the intro sentence again. People who serve on city bodies created through an ordinance are required to be registered to vote in San Francisco unless the Board of Supervisors has removed the requirement or the public official making the appointment to a city body waives the San Francisco residency requirement because a qualified San Francisco resident could not be found. So the changes I made, I changed the word, so now it says the requirement in the first bullet instead of this requirement. That seemed more correct. It had said before the requirement through an ordinance at the end of that bullet, and that seems unnecessary since it talks about, I don't think we needed to know the Board of Supervisors operations here. I don't think that knowing the ins and outs that the board has to go through was helping the voter, knowing that mechanism. The second bullet I changed more. I found the original version a little convoluted. it made sense that it was convoluted, but I wanted to clean it up. So this is my suggestion. If anyone wants to see the original, Peter could switch back to it. Or Peter can show us the track changes so you can see all the changes I made. Quite a few. There they are.
Right, yeah. Okay. Wait, huh.
You just changed the tense, basically.
Yeah, it seems a rephrasing seemed to make it flow better,
Yeah.
a little less
Yeah.
choppy.
Yeah, has wave versus wave. Yeah, definitely.
So we're fine with, I think we're fine with that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Peter, can you switch back? Thank you. Great. And then the last pair, it now reads, people who serve on all city bodies, whether created through the charter or an ordinance, must be U.S. citizens. The changes that I made there, same reframing, so now it starts about the people who serve. I, again, took out the word members, just because what does that mean? And I took out the word currently because this is the way it is now, so we don't need to use the word currently in the way it is now section. And that's it for the way it is now. Peter, maybe we can scroll back up so we can all look at the whole shebang. There we go. Thank you. So, anyone have any other edits that we might be able to make?
Well, this is so nitpicky, but
Pick?
my question is, in the second paragraph, why was U.S. Spelled out?
You know, I actually looked back at some measures we've done before, and we did choose to spell it out on first use. So I went with that.
Okay.
It seems more clear to spell it out.
Yeah, because
Is it necessary? You know, if it helps one person.
AP style, it's like, you don't really have to spell it out.
Yeah, they don't even use the period. Sometimes, yeah, that I struggle with this one a lot in the writing I do too. I feel like, you know, if we help one or two people even who maybe would not know, that could be helpful. Yeah. But I appreciate that. I did think about that one. I spent some time.
No.
Yeah, no, that one definitely tripped me up for a minute too. Yeah.
Oh, okay, fine. Huh. All right. City bodies. Oh God.
I think we're probably in agreement with the way it is now, and then we'll go to the proposal.
Great. So for the proposal, I'm just looking back, got two screens going on here. For the proposal in the first sentence, all I did was change the word member to person. So that's it. That's like the changes above. Second paragraph, all I did was took out the word generally. I looked back at the legislative text. I didn't feel that hedging language was called for, but I'm not a lawyer, but that seemed to be the case to me. And then in the third paragraph, it made some more significant changes. Again, this was like the second bullet above in the way it is now. This had some structural flow issues. So now the third paragraph reads, for city bodies created through an ordinance, the Board of Supervisors could remove the voting age or residency requirement, or the official making the appointment could waive these requirements if a person meeting those requirements cannot be found. So just follows kind of the structure that I used in the way it is now section. And Peter could, if anyone wants to see it, he could show all of the changes that I made for the restructuring of that paragraph. It'd be helpful just to show those explicitly. Great. There will be changes to the proposal section. They're not major. There might be more improvements that could be made, but these were the ones that followed from the changes I made in the way it is now.
Mm-hmm.
The question I have, I just want to make sure that this is right. So we can create city bodies through the charter or through ordinance, and
Correct.
this only applies to the bodies created through an ordinance.
Well, yes, because the voters have to change the charter.
This is a charter amendment, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. So this changes the charter.
But this applies only to ordinances, right?
No, it changes the
Yeah.
charter. But if the Board of Supervisors feels that it needs to be changed, they can change it through ordinance, which is a 3/4 vote.
Okay, so let me put it this way. I'm looking at that first sentence for city bodies created through an ordinance. Suddenly, we've sort of thrown that qualifier in, and I wanted to make sure it was important. I have no principle, again, I think it's great. But if this would apply to a city body created through a charter and a city body created through an ordinance, we just say for city bodies, the Board of Supervisors.
There are legal differences on the requirements. So for certain city bodies that are charter created, the charter specifies these requirements. Then the majority of city bodies are governed by bodies that are created via ordinance. And that's what the effect of this amendment mostly is doing. I mean, it's getting at that. So there is a distinction.
So then if I'm hearing this correctly, the first two paragraphs in the proposal section apply to city bodies, whether created through charter or ordinance?
The first two paragraphs of the proposal, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, I thought you were asking about the way it is.
No, I'm asking about the proposal.
Okay.
So, okay, let's take it sentence by sentence. The first sentence in the proposal, as modified, reads, Proposition blank would remove the requirement that a person must be a registered voter and a U.S. citizen to serve on any city body. So that's going to apply to city bodies created via ordinance or via charter.
Okay.
Both.
Okay.
Proposition blank would still require that members of city bodies created through the charter be old enough to vote in city elections and be San Francisco residents, unless the charter sets a different rule for a particular city body, right? So it's creating this rule that's going to apply to all charter-created bodies, unless the charter specifies something different for a particular charter body.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I guess I get it.
And you may want to, Lauren, given your edit, just a point of consideration for the committee, you have in here created through the charter be old enough to vote in city elections, and you expanded that criteria to include other factors. So we may need to parrot that here. I just need to think about that.
Okay, think about that, and I just want to go back to the, I think the proposal might then, for real clarity, benefit from adding an introductory phrase to each of the first two paragraphs in the proposal. The first one, we could start, well, I don't know if it's at the beginning, but we could add a phrase similar to what we have in the way it is now, whether created through the charter or an ordinance, to make sure that that's clear that that first paragraph applies to both charter and ordinance created city bodies.
That also signals that there's two different rules to follow. I like that.
And then the second paragraph, we could add an introduction similar to that what's in the third paragraph, for city bodies created through the charter, comma. And then that makes clear that that second paragraph is for those particular city bodies only.
All right, we'll start with 1. So how do you want this first one to look?
At the end, perhaps?
I like it at the beginning.
Yeah.
Maybe closer to the beginning, prop, blah, 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 comma, whether created by
Okay.
ordinance or chart. Let's see how that reads, though.
I can't spell.
You can, you might be able to just copy it from the sentence above.
Yeah. All right.
So we can just use the same one that's in the middle there, yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Boy, it's nice to be back on the computer.
Parent language, whenever possible.
Ordinance, comma, would remove.
And then down for this one, position blank.
Wait.
That's a little awkward, actually.
No,
down
that's
there.
a little
Got
awkward.
it?
It belongs at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's too bad.
Right, city body, it's not the prop. Okay.
The only place you could put it otherwise would be in front of proposition.
Yeah, but we want to lead off with proposition, though. Just
Yeah,
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
that's better.
And Peter, you're missing a space after the proposition blank.
Mhm.
Great.
And then down here.
And yeah, so the second paragraph. So first, you can maybe just copy the intro phrase from the third paragraph and just edit it. But it's for city bodies created through the charter.
Through.
Something like this.
Yep.
Mhm.
And then take out created through the charter will be at the end, or the middle, I should say.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well. But we already.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Wait. The city bodies created chart for city.
No,
No,
that's wrong. I think this is wrong because it's not, the first 2 sentences apply to both.
okay.
So sentence 1 is encompassing of both, right? We've now revised sentence 1 to say charter or ordinance,
Right.
but now sentence 2 is limited as to the charter, and that's inaccurate because the amendment, if you look in subsection B, so if you look at the revision to section, in the actual charter amendment language, section 4.104, subsection B says all members of such bodies as described in subsection A, which includes charter or ordinance bodies.
So so the second paragraph, so the paragraph that starts the proposal and the paragraph that starts for city bodies created through the charter, those 4 criteria are applied to charter and ordinance membership.
The question's compound, so I'm a little confused.
So I'm trying to figure out let me make it clear. I'm confused, and I think the reader of this would be confused to know, what are the criteria that apply to everything? And then are there any special rules created to charter city bodies and any special rules unique to ordinance city bodies? And what I hear you saying, Jenica, is that what we currently have as the call out for exceptions for charter city bodies actually apply both to charter city bodies and ordinance city bodies. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. So the second, I believe we're saying the same thing. Let me sort of regurgitate it back to you. The second sentence, to be legally accurate, would need to say, for city bodies created through the charter or an ordinance, proposition blank would still require members of city bodies to be old enough to vote in city elections and be San Francisco residents, unless the charter set a different rule for a particular city body. So basically, there's this default rule under the charter. This is the requirement.
Yeah.
After the charter, making an express carve-out, for example, for the youth commission.
Sure. So if I'm understanding that, that means in the original draft digest, that second sentence was incorrect, and we're just finding
that.
out
Where maybe I'm getting turned around.
Yeah.
Can
we just look at the original sentence, because I think that's where we're all getting turned around, is what that said may not actually, what I'm hearing is that's not.
Let's defer to the original digest, because this is all very circular and it's a little hard to follow, and we did this legally correctly the first time, and I don't want to undo that. So let's look at the original.
Yeah,
Peter, this has Peter's changes in it.
Say that again?
Peter, this is still showing me changes, because I don't think you were tracking your changes.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you're right. All right. So we can pull up a different one then. Yeah.
Can you pull up a different document, maybe?
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
I mean, these are different concepts, right? So the first sentence is addressing voter registration status and citizenship. That's what's being removed. Sort of as a general course, that's the purpose of it. Then the second sentence is addressing whether someone is old enough to vote in city elections, which is a distinct concept, and whether they're San Francisco residents, unless the charter makes a different rule.
So the original digest that we received, the second sentence reads, proposition blank would still generally require that members of city bodies created through the charter be old enough to vote in city elections and be San Francisco residents, unless the charter sets a different rule for a particular city body. So I'm not seeing anything about created through an ordinance there. So was that missing, or does it not apply to
it's
city
not
bodies?
missing. It's not missing.
Okay.
I mean, because
Okay.
if you're a
it's not
registered
missing.
voter, you have to be old enough to vote in city elections, or that can register at 17 as long as you're going to be 18 by the election.
Okay, I see what we're doing. I'm refreshing my recollection on what we did. So if you would like to add a qualifier to the first sentence that says charter or ordinance, that would be correct. But sentence 2 and sentence 3 are speaking to different parts of different sort of the source of the body, right? Section 2 is speaking to charter bodies, and section 3 is speaking to ordinance bodies. So apologies for the confusion. All this stuff is very either and or. It's easy to get kind of in the tied around.
No, that's fine. So Peter, let's go back to the change document, because I think that's what we accomplished. So let's make sure that the changes that we made are correct. So right now we have sentence 1 as for whether created through the charter or an ordinance. For sentence 2, it's for city bodies created through the charter. And sentence 3, paragraph 3 is for city bodies created through an ordinance. Really making that distinction that you just described, Jenica, explicit.
Because now it tracks. Yeah, that's better.
Okay, we're done. Besides the old and suburban cities. Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
For city bodies created an ordinance. Okay. Okay, yeah. Hmm. Residency. Okay. Okay. Hmm.
Danica,
Yes.
I'm reading the legislative text, which you referenced before. I'm just looking at it again, trying to make sure we're right. We've kind of gone around on this. So I'm looking at, as you mentioned before, section 4.101, section now in the changed B. It does say all members of such bodies as described in subsection A. And subsection A refers to bodies created by charter or ordinance.
Yeah.
It doesn't say ordinance there, but it says legislative act of Board of Supervisors. And then it goes on in that subsection B to say minimum age required to vote. So is the second paragraph here in our change one right? Because it seems like it would apply to, it seems that age does apply to both charter and ordinance created bodies for the legislative.
Well, yes, but I think that that's encapsulated in the third sentence where it says the board. So I guess we could add, to clarify, I mean, I think that keeping the separate sentences or sections for charter and ordinances does bring clarity, and maybe it would make sense to say city bodies created through an ordinance and then clarify shall be residents. It's not that it's, yeah. Now I'm wondering if I'm seeing the omission.
Yeah.
It's just not addressed.
There's just so much self-referential stuff happening in the legislative text. It's hard to track what it applies to.
So let's. Well, I mean, I'm just wondering if it's.
The legislative text seems to say, to my read, but I'm not a lawyer, that it's for city bodies created through the charter or ordinance that people need to be old enough to vote and be San Francisco residents. That's, I think, what's actually happening. So I don't think that our check and pair is correct. I think the original version wasn't correct either.
Yeah. I mean,
and if that's the case, then we don't really even need that clause because it's.
I would just combine it with the paragraph above. I would just make that all,
But is it really even too much, though?
Well, let's see.
Because subsection B adds two requirements, right? They should be, whether it's an ordinance or a charter board, the person considered for membership shall be a resident of the city and county and of the minimum age required to vote in elections, right? You don't have to be registered to vote. You don't have to be a U.S. citizen. To me, I don't know where those kind of come from here. If I look at 4.101 subsection B, line 24 on page 1, it seems that line 24, 25, and then page 1, line 1 and 2 on the next page.
Yep.
Those are the only criteria that this has.
All members of such bodies as described, which includes both.
So I don't think that being a registered voter is a criteria anymore. I don't think being a U.S. citizen is a criteria anymore.
That's what it says.
That's what it
That's what it says. That part's in there.
That's
Yeah.
in there. That's the
Where is that? I didn't see that.
That's the first
It's the first sentence.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, no, so the first paragraph sets the requirements. The second paragraph sets things that are still required. Things are unchanged. It's just making sure that people know these things are unchanged, rather than people assuming if we're changing the registered to vote thing, oh no, do they still have 10-year-olds serve on committees? No, there's still an age requirement. So I think that given our read of the legislative text, we need to remove the phrase the beginning of the second paragraph in the proposal. And then I think we should consider adding that, not having that as a separate paragraph, but having that as the first part of the first paragraph, just to add a little bit of clarity that this is not the exception in the next paragraph.
No, I got to tell you, I think we're making a mistake here. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm reading this totally differently. I see the attempt here is to replace the requirement that you have to be a citizen and a registered voter, right? Those are going away. And so that the whole first sentence of this is correct. I understand. Sorry, my bad. Okay.
Yeah, no, we've gone around in a few circles. It's confusing, for sure. So, Janica, is what we have in the summary right now, is this accurate as to what the legislative text reads?
I mean,
It's very
I am feeling concerned. Okay, it could be more clear, obviously.
Because it's a replacement.
The preface, if I could, yeah. So the point, the sort of point that's not being made, it's like a foundational sentence that's missing in the third paragraph. Right now it says, for city bodies created through an ordinance, the Board of Supervisors could remove the voting age or residency requirements through a further ordinance. And what I'm struggling with is whether we should say that that's the new requirement, right? Like that it's voting age and residency is now the requirement also for city bodies created via ordinance, as sort of a preface to that sentence.
So could we change it to say something like, for city bodies created through an ordinance, proposition blank would allow the Board of Supervisors to remove the voting age, yada, yada?
Would allow the board
The Board of Supervisors to remove.
Sure, I mean, that's definitely legally accurate. It's just, is there this ambiguity that we...
Yeah, this at least comes out that the
right? Like, you say it much more clearly in the sentence before, right? We'll still generally require that if it's a charter body, you got to be old enough to vote, got to be a San Francisco resident. We don't say it with the same thrust with respect to city bodies created through an ordinance. And I think that it appears we probably should, given my rereading of the legislation.
What if we, in the proposal, I don't know, there's just an idea, took out, don't take it out, but let's consider it, ending the first sentence at city body and pull out the whether created through a charter or an ordinance, right? And so that it's going to remove the requirement that you have to be a registered voter and a U.S. citizen to serve on any city body.
Well,
Then we say proposition blank requires members of city bodies be old enough to vote in city elections and be San Francisco residents, unless a charter sets a different rule for a particular city body. So I'm getting lost in the weeds with charter ordinance.
Yeah, and I think since it applies to both, I think you're right, Scott. I think taking that out would be perfectly fine.
Yeah, we only added it because we're trying to structure the 3 sections. Now we don't have those 3 sections.
Right. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, so take that out.
Here, let's take a look.
Yes, proposition.
I mean, that's
And take out still, because it that may or may not be a requirement. We don't know.
Okay, and then, but how about
I would say proposition blank adds a requirement
yeah,
that members of city bodies be old enough.
no.
yeah. Well, this
No, it's already there.
by
No.
Board of Supervisors, though.
Currently, being old enough to vote is not a requirement.
Being registered.
A resident of San Francisco is not necessarily a requirement. Those are new requirements. Am I reading that right?
No.
They are.
No, I mean they're not. They're
Well,
implied by the other.
they are in an indirect way, because to serve on a city body, you have to be registered to vote, and then to be registered to vote, you have to have certain qualities. We are.
You're leaving in place everything.
They're retaining a few of those.
No, I mean right now I could be a registered voter in Southern California and a United States citizen, and I could serve on a city body. Is that the current rule?
No, you have to be registered to vote in San Francisco.
You have to be San Francisco resident.
See, it's not enough to just be registered to vote. You have to be registered to vote in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
Then instead of replace, we just say proposition blank requires members of city bodies be old enough to, requires plural.
Don't
Take it to that.
usually use the word would in the proposal.
Because it hasn't been enacted. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not law yet, so we have to use would.
Yeah. Sorry, thinking like a journalist.
Okay, so we talked about
We took out the still because it's not that it's still requiring that. It's instead of requiring being registered to vote in San Francisco, it's now be old enough to vote. I think it got confused by saying, oh, well, we're keeping some of the qualities of being registered to vote.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter which qualities we're keeping. Let's just say what it does. What does the proposition do, not what qualities it infers on things. We have a grammatical issue in the second paragraph because we changed, it says, would allow the Board of Supervisors to remove, and then it says, or the official making the appointment could waive. So it should be to waive, I believe. Someone could check me on that.
wait, that does allow to remove the voter or the official would allow. Right, yeah.
Does
Okay.
it remove the voting age or residency, or does it waive it only?
Wait, where are we?
Wait.
Where is this?
I'm sorry, Scott, could you repeat that?
So I'm looking at the second paragraph in the proposal, the one that begins for city bodies created through an ordinance. And it says that we're doing a couple of different things. The Board of Supervisors could remove the requirement or some other official could waive the requirement. And what I'm trying to figure out is, does the, Jenica, you're muted. Does the law allow the removal or just the waiving?
The board of supervisors can remove, the official can waive. It's two different
Okay.
entities having two different allowed actions. Somehow waiving and removing are different. And the waiving can only happen under a condition that a person meeting those requirements can't be found.
Well, yeah. There would, yeah.
They can't just waive it because they feel like it. There has to be, they have to state that they can't find a San Francisco resident.
Well, do you think that it could be misread, just asking, that the clause, if a person meeting those requirements cannot be found, do you think that somebody might read it to apply to both what the board can do and the official? Just wondering.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. That means we could.
But I didn't know if that was.
Maybe. I mean, we could split into two sentences to remove any confusion.
Before we do that, I'm trying to figure out, it's very hard to read this mock-up of the ordinance. And I don't see where the Board of Supervisors can remove voting age or residency requirements for ordinances. I see where they can waive them. But to me, removal is a more permanent act than waiving.
Well, it's broader. It gets rid of them completely.
Well, technically, waive is just a temporary.
Right.
Well, I mean, you still have the requirements. They're just waived. Whereas
I think what we're trying to do.
Sorry, I think I know where it is.
It's page 2, lines 3 through 6.
Yeah.
If you look there, I think what we're trying to say is these two requirements don't apply if the ordinance specifically calls it out, right?
Correct.
And then the second is that it could be waived, and I think that, see, here's where I get crazy. It looks like the waiver applies to both charter bodies.
No,
It
that's
doesn't?
not correct. Correct. Waiver is just as to ordinance bodies.
Charter. Either or both of the requirements set forth in the first sentence of the subsection does not apply to boards, commissions, or advisory bodies created by a legislative act if the legislation specifically exempts the position from either or both requirements.
So what is unclear
Or-
here? I just had a little sidebar. So the requirement, the old enough to vote in city elections and be San Francisco residents, those two new requirements, the replacement requirements, they are now as the baseline, the standard for charter bodies or ordinance bodies, unless the charter sets out a different rule for charter bodies or an ordinance sets out a different rule for ordinance bodies.
Right.
Separate from that concept, ordinance bodies can also execute waivers on a case-by-case basis for individuals. Those are separate ideas.
So no waivers for charter bodies.
Correct.
Well, I think we could. So,
Okay.
I think
so I would say, unless in the first sentence, I would do this. Proposition blank would remove the requirement that a person must be a registered voter and U.S. citizen serve on any city body. It removes that. Proposition blank would require members of city bodies be old enough to vote in city elections and be San Francisco residents unless the charter or ordinance sets a different rule for a particular city body.
Correct.
So can we add that just temporarily, unless the charter or ordinance?
That's it.
Then in the next section, for city bodies created through an ordinance, proposition blank would allow and then take out the Board of Supervisors through requirements or. It requires the official making the appointment to waive these requirements if a person meeting those requirements cannot be found. That's what this does, right?
Peter, you took out a little too much there.
No.
You've got Board of Supervisors there.
Can the board waive or just the official? It says
The board can remove the requirement through legislation.
Or if the appointing officer or entity is the board's ability to remove is encompassed in paragraph 1. If they make an ordinance that says this isn't the requirement for this committee, it's removed. If there is a charter amendment that's put forward to voters by the Board of Supervisors, it's removed. The waiver.
Yeah, so the waiver is executed by the appointing official. The exemption to the requirement generally for all members is something that the Board of Supervisors can do. So that's why it's written as it is, right? And I appreciate the ambiguity from the first time around, but the concept of this is what's required unless the board says it's not, right? And that applies to all members. But the individual case-by-case waivers is only something done by the appointing authority.
Yeah, because if you just have it's just written in a way that the ordinance sets a different rule that obscures the role of the Board of Supervisors.
Jenica, I don't see that. I got to tell you, in Part B.
Well, I think we. Appointing authority. Boards and commissions. The appointing authority. So here, either or both the requirements set forth in the first sentence shall not apply to boards, commissions, advisory bodies established by a legislative act if the legislation specifically exempts the position from either or both requirements, or if the appointing officer or entity makes a finding that a person meeting both requirements and willing to serve could not be located.
And so our first sentence, first in the proposal, lays out that, hey, you have to be these, we're going to remove this thing and add these things unless a charter or ordinance calls it out specifically, right?
Yes.
Then the second paragraph here begins to sort of try to say what happens on line 6 on the legislative text, where it begins, or if the appointing officer or entity. See, this is where I guess.
But entity doesn't mean board. An appointing entity could be, I don't believe it includes board. I'll let me caucus to confirm, but I think it would say board if that was.
So the Board of Supervisors, in how this is written, has no specific call out to them alone to waive the requirements.
I don't think so, and I'm confirming.
Huh.
But
And it's not, when I should say to waive the requirements, the waiver is just to help break this up. Waiver is the case by case, right? There's no one to serve, so they find someone outside the jurisdiction. That's where waiver comes up.
Yeah, but
As opposed to just omitting the requirement generally.
this
the board can remove the requirement through a different mechanism than a waiver.
that's what we talked about in paragraph 1.
Would it make sense to just say proposition blank could waive these requirements if a person meeting these requirements cannot be found? Does that eliminate all the hassle of who's doing it and who's removing it and who's not?
So, Scott,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, Scott, I think I hear what you're saying in that in the first paragraph, when we say unless a charter or ordinance sets a different rule. Well, the ordinance is a mechanism that the Board of Supervisors uses and could use to remove the requirement. So
Yeah.
Board of Supervisors is implied in that paragraph by including the ordinance there, but it's not explicit. So the second paragraph currently makes it explicit that the board has a mechanism.
But that's not in the law. The board can't do this. They cannot willy-nilly say, oh, that requirement doesn't apply to this.
Could I
It's not-
repeat
it's not-
repeat
it's not
what
really-
she said?
It's not willy-nilly. It's
How it seems to be written, that the board could just waive this or remove it completely.
Yeah, that is how it is written, although we know better.
it's through legislation. We can add that if you would like to.
Then that's the first sentence. Let's just.
But that is the first sentence.
All right, Betty, could you repeat what you wanted in the second paragraph, please?
Well, I was saying, could we do for city bodies created through an ordinance, proposition blank would allow these requirements to be waived if a person meeting these requirements cannot be found.
Okay.
It just eliminates who does what. But,
Of the passes is great, yeah.
I mean, I like that a lot.
Waived, if a
Then just go down to the last end of that sentence.
person cannot be found. Would allow these,
Yeah.
Person meeting those requirements.
yeah, cannot be found.
Yeah.
And that just takes out all the
Yeah, who does what to whom, yeah. Okay, great, yeah. Okay.
I'm confused with theses and thoses.
I know.
So
all right. So do you want those instead of these?
for city bodies created through ordinance, president
I
will
don't-
these
because
requirements
they allow
waived.
requirements.
Because these requirements,
Well, what?
because you're talking about prop would require X and Z.
Right.
So I think if you say these, that it would be very clear that this refers to the previous paragraphs the requirements in the previous
Meeting
paragraph.
those requirements or these requirements?
I'd say these, but
Yeah, I think
well,
these is-
I like these the first, but then we can go to be waived if a person meeting those requirements. I don't know, these both times, it's fine with me. I'm just trying to make it a little more simple.
I see. These
So-
are, if
Right, so the question is, does it help the voter make a decision if they know which entities, board, or appointing officer, does it help the voter to know that those are the people that can remove the requirements through whatever mechanism it is?
And I think if it confuses us, it confuses the voter.
actually
Yeah.
you can just replace these requirements with them, THEM. Because that's the only plural noun in the sentence.
yeah, them is better.
Them.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
Because the requirements are the them, that's the reference.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. We hope.
And I don't know how it happened, it may have been from my changes. We now have members of city bodies in the first paragraph of the proposal, second line, dead center. And everywhere else we've changed it to people somehow. So people serving on city bodies.
Okay.
So what I read this saying is that, all right, this is the way it is now. We're going to remove the requirement, and then we're going to add a requirement. Unless there's an exception called out in the charter or ordinance that created the city body or governs the city body. In the case that the city body was created through an ordinance only, proposition blank would allow these requirements to be waived if a person meeting them cannot be found. You can't waive the requirements on a charter body.
No, that's correct.
Yeah.
So this is correct then, legally.
Correct.
Okay, well, is it correct? Yeah. Unmuted.
Yes.
Yes, legally correct.
Cool.
But now does it make sense?
Always the challenge.
Okay.
Well, I think it makes more sense than before because we were starting to just confuse the issue with who and when and where might, yes, and could and would. So.
Well, and we've reread the legislation and corrected some things that were
Right.
confused.
Right.
Yeah, in the original. So.
Right. But I mean, for this line, we spent 15 minutes discussing what was confusing when it really, as far as I thought, was just kind of extra.
So I have a question here in the second sentence of the first paragraph of the proposal. We say city, and then we say San Francisco. And then we also say city bodies a whole lot. So I think it kind of exacerbates this issue that sometimes we run across.
Well, can one be a resident of San Francisco County and not a resident of San Francisco City?
They're all in the one and the
Yeah,
same.
they're all one and the same.
Okay.
Correct.
I just want to make sure, because we do sometimes call these out, I want to make sure that we just kind of see that that's happening there. I'm not saying it's an issue, but.
So you're saying that maybe to keep it consistent, we would say, and be residents of the city.
We use San Francisco resident elsewhere in the proposition, so we would need to consider whether we want to make that change throughout.
I think consistency says a lot.
Yeah, I think it's fine. If maybe we'll see it on reread. Any other changes in this proposal section?
No?
No, I think we should go on to the yes vote anyway.
Agree. So the changes that I made to the yes vote were very small. Changed the word members to people serving on, and added the possessive on the city's boards, commissions, and advisory bodies. Otherwise unchanged.
But again, I mean, how much do we really want to get into this? Because we remove and replace. So a yes vote means that not only do you want to remove these, but you authorize them to replace them with these other things.
Well, basically, they're not replaced. They were already there. This basically does is just remove the requirement that people,
Yeah, but now I could be a resident of Mexico and registered to vote in Utah if we just remove.
So right now, the yes vote only states what we're removing. It doesn't state the requirements that will exist. So it doesn't.
Here's, I think, the fundamental thing is I'm seeing this as a remove and replace. You're taking two away, you're adding two. And what you're saying is that the two we're adding were implied by the two we already had. And so that these criteria were sort of inherent in the system, that you be a resident of San Francisco and that you be voting age. And so that we don't need, for me, this is remove and replace. For, I think, other people, it's, well, no, we're just re-articulating those requirements to a more specific way, right? Because now you could be old enough to vote but not registered and serve on a city body.
And maybe
that's a new requirement. Whereas the old requirement was you had to be registered. Clearly, if you were registered, you would de facto be old enough to vote. So we're not just, to me, we're not just removing. We're removing and we're replacing.
So are you suggesting that we add something to the yes vote, Scott?
I don't know how to do it without making it longer, though, because if you vote yes, you want to amend the city's charter to remove the requirement that cities serving on cities' boards, advisory boards, committees generally must be U.S. citizens and registered voters, and replace.
Couldn't we say eligible to vote in San Francisco?
Well,
no.
we're talking about what we're taking away.
Oh, okay.
Rather than what we're giving. So the other way to do this would be, if you vote yes, you want to amend the city's charter to require people serving on the city's boards, commissions, and advisory boards generally must be residents of the city and old enough to vote. Because that gets me out of the, we're taking something away.
But that's the intent of the law.
Well, then you're not just removing them. You're replacing them. And we can't say in the yes vote that you're just removing them.
Sure.
That implies that
So I have a specific suggestion for language to add to the yes vote. So at the end, we would need to make it longer, which maybe we can tighten it once we add. So at the end, comma, and generally require people be old enough to vote and be San Francisco residents.
Well, Lauren, I think this, while we're discussing this is a good place to insert the memorandum we got from the Supervisor Yee today, and where all he really is wanting us to do is clarify the language to capture the intent of the measure, which is to expand the eligibility for San Francisco residents who seek to serve as members of city bodies by removing the requirement that one must be an elector to serve, which means that being a United States citizen and registered to vote. So.
But there are still requirements.
Right.
Right.
So we're not removing.
But they aren't as restrictive.
Right. We're replacing the requirements with less restrictive ones.
I agree that by only saying what we're removing in the yes vote and not including what is required, because what is required is not what's left. It is being specifically added, even though it was implied, as Scott has said, it was sort of included in it previously, but it is now explicitly called out as a requirement. So I think the addition here could help. And then
could we add one word, Lauren?
Yeah, I think we might be able to tighten this up.
And instead, generally require people be old enough to vote and San Francisco residents. Because that implies that, hey, look, we're taking away these restrictive ones and we're replacing them with these less restrictive ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does. Yeah, I think that's what the letter from the supervisor today.
Peter, we're missing the word "be" before San Francisco residents at the end of the yes vote. Michelle will tell me if that's necessary.
Okay, no comma after commission.
There's commissions, yep.
I will get back in the habit, I promise.
I'm trying to sort of stay in the habit because I'm doing this other project that requires Chicago.
Yeah.
And
So,
general and instead. Okay, general.
Lauren, at this point too, you may want to take up and discuss the yes vote that the supervisors come up with, that the or has suggested, it says, if you vote yes, you want to amend the city's charter to expand eligibility to all San Francisco residents serving on city boards, commissions, and advisories by removing the requirement that they must be U.S. citizens and registered voters.
Yeah, Betty, sorry, there were comments in that letter for the whole of the proposition.
Right.
Do we want to start at the bottom and work our way back up, or should we address all of the changes?
I don't know. I think if we address that part right then, it might make it easier to address the rest of it, because right now we're dealing with, do we want to remove and replace? Do we want to do this and that? When in fact, we're going to have to go back and talk about, are we just going to expand and forget, remove,
I got to tell you, the yes vote here, I like a lot. It's really clear. It's really tight. We're not trying to make a ballot argument about expanding the pool of eligible people, right? That's the effect of this, and that's a ballot argument, right?
Yeah, I am inclined to agree with Scott. That was my first take on reading the recommendations, was that expanding eligibility may have been the intent, or maybe how people choose to interpret this, but I don't see that as what we should have in.
And I agree, but we needed to look at that while we were right there at the moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of suggestions in that. That's why I just wanted to make sure that if we were just picking one, or if we were going through all of them.
But as long as we were playing around with all the differences with the yes vote, I just thought this was a good place to play with that one, to look at that one as well. And I really like the yes vote. I'm not sure that we need and instead generally require, the last clause, but if that's what the committee thinks is more.
I was looking at we've got two generallys in there, and I had been kind of taking some of those out, and I don't know how necessary they are. I know that there might be like a legal accuracy thing, the nitpicky part, but I don't know that they're helpful.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I would take them out.
I would take at least the first generally out.
I think that, we're really getting into the weeds here on this.
Right.
Because we'd have to ask ourselves, how many city boards, commissions, and advisory bodies do not require U.S. citizenship and registered voter right now? If all of them currently require that, then we don't need generally.
Right.
If most of them require it, but some don't, we might want generally.
That's why we have this charter amendment, because at the moment they all do.
Well, no, because like the Commission on Youth, right, has a member that's encompassed in this, and has a member that is not registered to vote, as a youth member.
Uh-huh.
So there are exceptions.
That's true, but.
And then
it's changing the charter that we're talking about. So we're not changing the exceptions. It's the way that the yes vote is written is to remove the requirement in the charter, and that's how the charter reads.
I think taking generally out is okay.
Yeah.
Someone will tell us if they don't like it.
Fair enough.
So we're kind of at the end here, so I don't know if Betty, do we want to go back and look at all the ye edits, suggestions?
Yeah.
Or do we want, is that a public comment period?
Well, yeah, it basically, we can do it either way. We've done it. It's up to the committee how they want to do it. They want to look at it right now or go back. But, what we often do is go through the comments while we're doing our draft, so that we're not going through having to go back once we go to public comment.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
So I'd like to suggest that we just go through them now. I think that most of them we've addressed already. So
I think.
Peter, can you pull up that document.
Yep. Good.
They are basically very, very brief and simple.
Yeah, that's what I think we can handle for now.
In the very way it is now, he wants us to add members to city bodies are appointed by an appointing officer or entity, which
Betty, we don't have anything up on the screen yet.
I know, but we can. But that's basically a statement that we consider to be more in the weeds than necessary.
Okay, here it is up.
Yeah.
Right, well, we're skipping the first one. We can't affect the title.
Right.
I think we've actually, kind of tussled with this question already.
Yeah, we have.
Our discussion of the proposal that we were writing.
Right.
And it was confusing about, the appointing person could waive and the board of supervisors could waive.
Right, and
that same conversation.
That's why I thought we'd already discussed it.
Yeah.
Really.
And then the next change he added currently, but we already mentioned previously, we don't use that in the way it is now because that's what
that's
means.
redundant.
We've added state or federal, that's the third suggestion. Peter, can you scroll down to the proposal?
And then, then we go down to the proposal where he would just want us to say, would allow all San Francisco residents of voting age to serve on boards, commissions, and advisory bodies by removing the requirement that a person.
That is an interpretation to me. It's not up to us to say whether this would allow all of these residents. We know what the legislation does. What the effect is not something we should be interpreting.
Can you bring back up can you alt-tab over to our proposal?
I can pull it back up. It's a little wonky here because I'm working with a couple screens here, and a couple, part of it's remote to my computer at work too. So maybe
I can alt-tab over.
Pop this up. All right. So
I live with alt-tab.
What?
is this the right one? Pull this over.
Wow.
Okay. All right, just
So I'm just to remember myself, the proposal from that we should be considering is that this idea of allowing people to participate versus the language we have of this is how the charter, the charter doesn't allow anything. The charter sets the standards and people can avail themselves of it or not.
And basically what this does is remove the requirement. That's the whole intent of the.
Yeah.
I
think that the changes suggested are interpretations we can't really make.
I do like ours better. I really do. It's a little wonkier,
Why?
but it's pretty clear that we're going to take these away, and we're still going to have these.
Right. And this
And I think that basically through our discussion, we have addressed all of his changes.
I agree.
So
are we ready to do a read through?
I am.
Yeah.
I am.
all right. You want me to read through this?
Yeah, thanks, Peter.
All right.
Good.
Okay, the way it is now, the city government includes many boards, commissions, and advisory bodies, city bodies. In general, city bodies are created through either the city's charter or an ordinance. People who serve on city bodies created through the charter must be registered to vote in San Francisco unless the charter sets a different rule. To register to vote in San Francisco, a person must be a United States citizen a San Francisco resident, and of voting age, and cannot be in state or federal prison, be on parole for a felony conviction, or have been found mentally incompetent to vote by a court. People who serve on city bodies created through an ordinance are required to be registered to vote in San Francisco unless the Board of Supervisors has removed the requirement or the public official making the appointment to a city body waives the San Francisco residency requirement because a qualified San Francisco resident could not be found. People who serve on all city bodies, whether created through the charter or an ordinance, must be U.S. citizens. The proposal. Proposition blank would remove the requirement that a person must be a registered voter and a U.S. citizen to serve on any city body. Proposition blank would require that people serving on city bodies be old enough to vote in city elections and be San Francisco residents, unless the charter ordinance sets a different rule for a particular city body.
Okay.
For city bodies created through an ordinance, proposition blank would allow these requirements to be waived if a person meeting them cannot be found. A yes vote means, if you vote yes, you want to amend the city's charter to remove the requirement that people serving on city boards, commissions, and advisory bodies must be U.S. citizens and registered voters, and instead require people to be old enough to vote and be San Francisco residents. A no vote means, if you vote no, you do not want to make this change.
Do I hear any other comments from the committee?
One little nitpicky thing.
Okay.
In the second paragraph of the way it is now, actually it's the third paragraph. I think there should be a comma after San Francisco, comma, unless the Board of Supervisors.
Sounds cool.
Okay.
My small nitpicky change is in the proposal, the first paragraph, last sentence, unless the charter or an ordinance, just to be consistent with the rest of the proposal and the rest of the digest, actually.
The other question I have, and I don't know if it needs a change, is in the yes vote means we say the city's boards. Do we want to say thus on city boards, commission, and advisory bodies, rather than using a possessive, like these commissions belong to the city somehow?
Yeah, I think that there's also, we use possessive for the city charter, and I don't know if those possessives are necessary either. To just be the city charter, and we use that a few times too.
And city boards, commission, and advisories.
So yeah, so that amend the city charter, and I think that happens up in the way it is now as well.
And then the city, where is it?
Yeah, first paragraph.
The city, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to a possessive in terms of the city's charter, right? Because the charter is owned by the city.
Yeah, I'm just going, what did we do yesterday?
I mean,
I don't know. How have we done it in the past?
I think we've done a city charter, but don't quote me on that.
We probably have, since it kind of jumped out at us.
Yeah,
We've done it both ways, to be real honest.
Yeah, but what do we want? Let's pick one now.
I think we can live without the possessive. That kind of doesn't sound as good as city charter.
I like it the way it is.
Yeah, I think the change we did is good. So, new style guide, Michelle, city charter, not possessive.
That's a question of how it's not incorrect, but it's not decreed that it be city charter.
Yeah, there used to be a firm rule that you wouldn't put a possessive on a proper noun like that, but I still think it reads a little easier without. It's unnecessary, so why do it?
I didn't know that, but
all right. If we
had to do possessive in all
right,
it's AP. Yeah, there's no rule.
All right, then if we've then come to this conclusion, now's the time when we open the floor to public comment. We ask that you keep your comments to about 3 minutes by telling us what you like or dislike and what you would like for us to say instead. Do we have a caller?
Yep, I call in user 6. You are unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Good morning. It's David Pilpel. Great discussion. Starting from the top, yeah, okay. I think you now have the city government. I guess that reads a little better. Through either the city charter or an ordinance. Just going through here. And it's great that you've got page width. It's easier to read than at the beginning yesterday. Okay, I think I'm good with the way it is now. Actually, the first bullet there, the Board of Supervisors has removed the requirement, maybe add for that specific city body. Just maybe, maybe not, whatever. Or, and importantly in the second bullet, it's not just the public official, it's the public official or entity, because it could be the Board of Supervisors makes the appointment and they would have to issue the residency requirement. So it's not just a public official, it's public official or entity. Okay, so those are the two comments about the bullets. In the proposal, perhaps rewording the first sentence so proposition blank would remove the requirement that people serving on city bodies be either be registered voters and U.S. citizens or something like that, so that I'm just trying to flip around the structure so that it flows from the earlier set out with serving on a city body, and then it flows into the second sentence. And I might preface that second sentence with instead, comma, which also tracks to the what a yes vote means. And I agree with what member Patterson suggested, that it really is a replace, that this whole measure is about taking a requirement, removing, and replacing. So it doesn't let others interpret and advocate, but it clearly is taking current requirements, removing them, and replacing them. So it takes the current requirement, and instead proposition blank would require that people, also at the, okay, so those are my comments on the proposal. And for the a yes vote means remove the requirement that people serving on must be U.S. citizens or registered voters, and instead require people be old enough, and instead require that people serving on such bodies, because people can be as old enough as they want to be, or as old enough as they are. It's that people serving be old enough to vote and be San Francisco residents, period. So maybe just adding a couple of words there to qualify people at the end of a yes vote means. Sorry if I wasn't as coherent and articulate as I'd like to be. By the way, I can hear Lauren very well, and I've had some difficulty hearing Jenica. And I'd like to hear everything that you all say, because it's all full of good substance. So anyway, were my comments marginally coherent?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay, I apologize for that.
David, I'm sure you'll let us know if we aren't. So.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is there? All right. I see we have other callers.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2.
Yep. Sarah, you are on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Good morning. Thank you, committee, for your hard work on this measure. I'm the campaign co-chair, Sarah Souza, along with Gabriel Medina. This measure is more than important for me as I am a DACA recipient trying to give back to our amazing city. So a few changes that I would like to propose. I'm in agreement with Supervisor Norman E. Amendments to expand eligibility to all San Francisco. I know one of the member mentioned it's an interpretation, but I think it would be more clear in terms of like popular language and understanding the goal of the charter. I would also agree with the previous caller to remove old enough. Because I think it has to be more explicit. What do you mean by old enough? And then, you mentioned earlier that you're not removing the title, but I, would advocate for changing it to expanding eligibility for members of city boards. I want to remove any citizenship.
Unfortunately, we can't even consider that. That goes to the Department of Elections.
Yes, and one more thing, because I think you did an amazing, very thorough job on this measure. I would actually remove people and replace it with San Francisco residents, so we're being clear that only San Francisco residents, not just random people, can serve. So it's clear to the voter. And yeah, those are my comments. But overall, I think you did a wonderful job at making it more clear and succinct. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And Jen, I see we have Jen.
Hi. So I have a question considering about why in the language there's, I guess, like, there's charter, but then there's city charter, and should there be like more uniformity on that? Because I guess it's all city charters. But yeah, I just wanted to make a note on that. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jen. That appears to be all the callers?
Yeah, I don't see anyone else. I know Frances had her hand raised earlier, but I don't see it raised now. So, I don't know, Frances, here she is.
There she is.
Yep. All right, Frances, you are unmuted.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I was trying to call in and was having difficulty. Thank you for this work. I know you guys do a lot of research, and I'm, very impressed with the amount of work you do. I do have a couple of, to posit some things for you to consider that might help make this a little bit more clear. In the beginning, up at the top where you talk about, to register to vote in San Francisco, in that sentence, you start defining what, a registrar is, or what, which, while germane to this measure, I feel sometimes it distracts a little bit from what the intent of the measure actually is, which isn't necessarily to affect what the definition of what it means to be registered to vote. And so in the same instance where you talked about, having defined terms and having that in a separate section, I wonder if you might not want to move that, the definition of what it means to be registered to vote into that section, just so that you can actually be explicit and be very accurate on what that is without detracting from, a person's understanding of this ballot measure. Because this ballot measure doesn't necessarily affect what it means to be qualified to register to vote. However, by including this, I think the sentence here, it gives that impression. And what this is doing is talking about actually the requirements for being on these city bodies, not about, it's not really talking about what it means to be registered to vote, whether it's in San Francisco or whether it's in California or whether there's non-citizen voting. It doesn't touch any of that. So that would be one suggestion.
So you would take it out?
And put it in sort of like the definition section, in the words the words you need to know. Just because, especially with your conversation about being accurate on what it means to be registered to vote, and I know you had a long discussion about this, that is clearly a thing that you don't want to tinker with and don't want to get wrong. And considering that is actually not germane to this legislation, it might be safer to put it into that words you need to know section as opposed to having it spelled out here and potentially missing something.
All right. And
then the second thing I would bring up is actually in the proposal section when you guys were talking about, sort of combining and everything. I actually think the original proposal was more accurate because how you've defined the proposal now makes it sound like this legislation is adding sentence 2 and sentence 3. So sentence 2 proposition would require that people serving yada, yada, yada. Those two requirements actually currently exist, and this doesn't change it. It rewords. It certainly rewords what those sound like, but this proposed legislation doesn't actually change those two current existing requirements. And so by putting those sentences in, you make it sound like this proposal is making those changes. The original language you had, which said, will continue to, or the will language, I think was more accurate because it said that it doesn't change these things that are already existing requirements or already existing city law. And unfortunately, I think by including the language you currently have makes it sound like the intent of this proposition is to change those existing requirements when really it doesn't really touch them, but there is some tightening of the language in the legislation of how it's described. But in terms of the underlying policy or law itself, it doesn't make those changes. And I think that you've actually made this inaccurate by changing this language in the way that you have.
Okay.
And so my proposal would be to kind of go back to that original will language.
Will continue rather than would require.
And it's both of those requirements. Those both will continue. So, whether those bodies are created by legislation or ordinance or in the charter. An additional inaccuracy that you have is that the Board of Supervisors doesn't actually need to pass an ordinance in order to waive the residency requirement. They just do that by a vote at committee. And so by adding this in, you're actually, again, inaccurately portraying what the actual process is.
And where are you specifically discussing?
That was in your original will language.
But it's not in the language now.
Correct. I'm just saying that if you go back to that original will language, that is one thing you're going to want to be careful of.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there anything else, Francis?
Oh, she's there. I can put her back on.
No, I think those were the two main things. I mean, all the rest are kind of up to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much. There are no other calls online? If not, then public comment is closed. Let's go through them. The first one, David says that the Board of Supervisors requirement that that specific body, that's in the way it is now, he's discussing.
I think you want to do append bullet point 1 to add, remove the requirement for that city body.
For that specific city body, yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about that. So
I think that's actually helpful because as written now in our draft, it could be interpreted to that they could remove that requirement for all city bodies, but that they have to remove it on a case-by-case basis, I think is the point.
So requirement add for that
specific city body.
Oh, that's right, the first bullet, right.
Yeah. And
And the second bullet is, he says it should be Board of Supervisors, or it should be public official or entity on the second bullet.
That's fine, yeah.
That's fine. So second bullet, the public
It's
official.
confusing, right?
Official.
But it implies that it can be an individual or a board.
Okay, so public official or entity?
Entity.
Now, is the entity an eighth grade understanding?
No.
I don't like it at all.
No.
I mean, I understand what he's saying, but now we're getting into the eighth grade language that we're dedicated to having.
I'd say let's leave it the way we had it, public official making the appointment, and he can come back with some language if he doesn't like it.
And in the proposal, he says people serving on the city must be registered voters or registered citizens. He'd like for us to look at that.
So people serving on. Okay, so this is the second half. So people serving on city bodies.
He specifically says people serving on city.
We have that already. Where is he suggesting this change?
In the proposal.
Where is the proposal?
Right in the very first line.
Oh, the first line.
And he wants us to say that people serving on boards and city boards and committees must be registered voters.
That a person serving on.
Well, wait. I don't know that. Hey, wait. I have to articulate this.
He's just trying to.
Does this charter change the requirements for people currently serving on city bodies or only people newly appointed? Because I think his change implies that it would be something that would affect people currently serving.
That's probably correct.
Well, I would say that that's not necessarily a problem because right now, everybody serving on a city body meets the stricter requirement. So by definition, everybody serving on a city body, unless called out specifically or waived, has to be a San Francisco resident and has to be old enough to vote, right? Because they have to be registered to vote and a U.S. citizen.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't creating a condition that doesn't exist in the measure.
So what do you want to just leave it as is, or do you want to make the change you would like?
I like as is. I think we get too many servings on. Sounds like a takeout restaurant.
And then to begin the second sentence, he would begin it with instead rather than.
I'm okay with that one.
Here, can we take this change and Francis's change though, and that Francis is saying that it doesn't replace as much as broaden. I think she had some language in like the yes vote.
Yes, it will continue. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that instead of maybe instead is not the right word. Whether we need to say will continue. Will continue to require.
Mm-hmm.
So in the first sentence, yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I think that solves her issue and his issue. And then I would make the same change down on the yes vote. And there at the end, and instead, and
we'll continue to.
And we'll continue to.
Yeah, I think that makes it clearer.
Sure.
I mean, I'm okay with that. You're entering into a realm of confusion, I think, for the voters because you're asking them to solve the part-whole problem on their own when you say that. I think that it's probably easier to say, okay, we're going to take this away, we're going to put this in, all right? So.
Yeah, and I just, I know we're in public comment, but I just noticed that we've reversed the order of two things in the yes vote versus in the proposal. So in the proposal, it says must be a registered voter and a U.S. citizen, and then in the yes vote, it says must be a U.S. citizen and registered voters. So in one place, we need to switch it.
Do it in the yes vote.
Yeah, let's switch it in the yes vote. So Peter, yeah, must be registered voters and U.S. citizens.
And then Peter, David has a problem with old enough, people serving to be old enough.
All right.
I gotta say, that one gets really confusing. This is in the first paragraph of the proposal.
And it's also in the yes vote.
I mean, I think the only solution would be to call out either a specific age or replace old enough with eligible.
Well, eligible to vote gets into all the other qualifications.
I know. And so
calling out a specific age gets a little tricky because there is no specific age. You can be 17, you can be 18.
Right.
So I like
old enough.
I like old enough, and if someone has a specific suggestion how we could conquer that challenge, they can maybe submit it in writing.
Hey, Michelle, I think your microphone is off right now. I don't know if you're trying to say something.
Yeah, sorry.
Your thoughts, Michelle?
So you have to be at least 17?
No.
Going 18 if you're 18 by the time of the election, right?
On or before the next election day.
But that has nothing at all to do with the voting itself. It's you want to require the people to be 18 years of age in order to vote.
No.
No, they can.
That's not what this does at all. The language says a minimum age required to vote, and we've instead replaced that concept with
old enough
to vote.
I know, which I don't like either.
Well, then we need another word. But some 17-year-olds can vote, some can't.
That's right.
And
you could say eligible to vote.
Well, be a minimum voting age or something like that.
No, I think you either go with eligible or able.
No.
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 Neither are accurate. We could say people serving on city bodies be at least the minimum age. I think old enough to vote is probably good enough.
Yeah,
I don't think a better version is going to be more clear or as clear.
Because the ordinance calls out age specifically.
Age specific?
It does. It says
at least minimum voting age
required. And we're just looking for a replacement for the phrase minimum age required.
Must be at least minimum voting age. What's voting age mean?
Yeah.
Old enough.
Yeah, I think we'll just have to.
Yeah.
So we're waiting to see if somebody has a better way of phrasing it in their appeal, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think if we get more specific, that would.
I think that this is language that people understand, and I don't know that describing it a different way will be more understandable.
The only other way, the one way we could do this, right, that might clean it up, is to say that people serving on city bodies be San Francisco residents old enough to vote in city elections. So reverse the two things so that old enough is more of a qualifier. So people serving on city bodies be San Francisco residents old enough to vote in city elections.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And then take out, and then comma, yeah.
So that would be,
I think it's clunkier.
I worry about removing the word "and," just because it is two different qualities, and one could be waived and one could not be waived. It's not itself one requirement.
But actually, in the ordinance, it is actually. It's all part of line 25, 4101B, subsection B. Yeah. It says, all members of such bodies as described in subsection A shall be residents of the city and county and the minimum age required to vote in municipal elections.
Yeah, and there are two requirements, not one requirement. And removing the word "and" in our version seems to conflate them into one requirement.
yeah.
And later in that section on the next page, it says either or both of the requirements. So it does really distinguish them as two separate requirements that can be treated differently.
Mhm.
So I don't mind the reorder, but we would need to use the word "and."
Okay.
I say let's leave it with old enough the way it was then.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't see a cleaner,
Neither can I.
All right, so then we settled, or tried to settle most of David's concerns. Sarah wants, her main one is, she says she thinks it's more clear if we say expand eligibility, although she realizes that we have previously said that was an inferring an explanation rather than. So we're not going to consider expand eligibility as it was in the supervisor's.
It's not in the legislation. To me, it implies an intent that isn't in there.
it's the hoped for outcome from the change
Yeah.
rather than the change.
Yeah.
Yeah, and who's to say that it will necessarily expand the eligibility? That's an interpretation.
Mhm.
It doesn't necessarily, because it depends on what the pool is.
It doesn't require there to be that effect. Like there hasn't been a measure of success that they put in there. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's true. Yeah.
And she also wanted us to look at, which we just did, the old enough in the yes vote, but she didn't have anything specific to change it to. And she wants us to remove people old enough when in fact they're San Francisco residents.
She wants us to say San Francisco voters instead of people, but I wasn't clear on exactly where. It seemed to be in multiple places.
Well, I got to thinking that she just wanted it to be residents, like she was saying to require San Francisco residents to be old enough to vote, kind of thing.
Well, I think in the yes vote, maybe this is where it's confused. In the proposal, we call out that be old enough to vote in city elections. And in the yes vote, we just say old enough to vote. And so you could be old enough to vote in a city election, but not old enough to vote in another type of election.
That's true.
So I think we just add to the yes vote in city elections.
Yeah, because that could change.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I believe we're talking about that tomorrow.
It does make it more correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right, and then Jen says that she talks about the charter and the city charter uniformity.
Yeah, I'd like to look back up at the top and see kind of where this happens. Thank you, Peter. So I think if, first mention, it might be good to say city charter, and then do we need to say city charter afterwards, and how often does that actually happen?
Well, we can have the full name on first reference, and then subsequently, we can just refer to it as charter.
Well, oftentimes if we do that, we put it in parens. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Do we want to put it in parens and be done with it?
Yeah, okay. That would do it.
Yeah, so just go through and find city charter and
Yeah,
replace.
Peter, could you control F for that?
I don't think we have it anyplace else. I think it's all charter, isn't it?
No, I think that there's another reference.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
yeah, in the yes vote.
But it has to be in the yes vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes vote.
Okay.
But I quickly didn't see it anywhere else but in the yes vote.
Okay. Huh. So there's no find and replace?
It's the only time it's used.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, okay.
We fixed it by chance.
That's the case if we don't need the parens, well, yes, we do need the parens.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah. And we should make that, I'm making a little style guide so we do that.
And
No, I got to tell you about old enough city bodies. This city bodies thing. I can't think of anything better, so we got to leave it. But we use that a ton.
Yeah, we could do entities, for example.
But,
No. City
it means
organization.
boards,
No.
commissions, and advisory bodies are city bodies.
I know.
You know,
It's just like makes me think of like some police procedural murder investigation. It's
yes.
I just think he's like, yeah.
I think of Evelyn Waugh's book, Bio Bodies.
CSI, City Bodies Edition. I don't know. I can't think of anything better at the moment, but I would. Yeah, it's just everywhere in this.
Yeah.
City bodies. I like it better than city committee. I like it better than
anything that cherry picks one of the types of city bodies.
Yeah.
Would be confusing.
Yeah.
We get that we're creating, in essence, a shorthand for all those things by defining that word.
Yeah.
It's
I
just,
know, but it's crazy.
Yeah,
I can't think of a better one.
All right, now Frances thinks we should take the second paragraph in the way it is now and put it instead into the words you need to know because she says it has very little relativity to the intent of this particular legislation.
Well, I think she wanted just the to register to vote part.
That whole sentence.
Yeah, the second sentence.
U.S. citizen.
That part.
So her point was, is having this whole definition here, well, one, if it's not complete, that's one issue, and could be confusing, especially the context that this is in, right? This goes in the voter guide. We don't want to mislead people about what registering to vote requires in the voter guide for sure, but that it almost overemphasizes the importance of being registered to vote, and that's not what this is all about, and this is not affecting people's ability or any of the qualifications to register to vote. So it seems to be a tangent almost, or just a deep dive where a deep dive is better served in the words you need to know.
That's
At some point in time,
That's her thinking.
At some point in time, in the voter pamphlet, doesn't it define what
Yes, it does.
registered to vote means? We don't even need what you need to know.
Okay.
So I
As
just
a
take
matter of
it.
fact, we're going to be discussing all of that next Monday, so.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm good with taking this out as long as can we keep a copy of what we came up with just in case we have to put it back?
Okay.
I'd start saving versions.
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, I think we can live without this.
Peter, can you just make a copy of this?
Mm-hmm.
Sort of vote.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's getting shorter and clearer.
Whoop.
Huh.
And her final her final suggestion was what we've already talked about, will continue instead of you, and we've changed that, will continue in the proposal. Did we change it everywhere else?
She had another comment after that too. That wasn't her.
Can't see that.
All right, there you go.
So we're just looking to see if we need to add will continue.
Proposal. It says it in the proposal, will continue to require. I think we made the change in both places.
Yeah, her last comment was that because the board's mechanism for removing the requirement is not just through ordinance, they can also do a vote by committee. And what we've changed seems to leave that mechanism out. This is where we get into how much of the mechanisms of the board do we need to get into. So we've kind of created an inaccuracy by a change that we've made. So
could you scroll down, please, Peter?
Yeah.
Yep.
See the whole proposal. There you go.
She likes the old better.
Well, there's a lot of things that have changed. We're really just addressing this one concern, right?
But that's the one she thinks the old was better.
So right now it says in the second sentence of the first paragraph of the proposal, unless the charter or an ordinance sets a different rule, and I believe her point is that the board can also have a vote by committee to change the rule. Can we just say unless the charter, comma, an ordinance, comma, or a vote by the Board of Supervisor committees?
Charter and or a Board of Supervisors.
And this is a weed, though. I mean, is there a way to just not describe the mechanism for this?
I just don't see any need to describe a mechanism. Perhaps she has an understanding of how it could be less confusing for the voter.
Is leaving out the mechanism that the board can have a vote in a committee, is that a problem if we leave that out?
I do see Frances has her hand raised if you would like to consult her. It's an option.
All right.
Let's talk just a little bit further before that, if we could, because I'm looking at the actual ordinance. And in the ordinance, we're getting into this idea of the appointing officer or entity. And I think that what she's saying is the entity could be a subcommittee of the Board of Supervisors. And that by the way we are just calling it out specifically to no, I mean, I don't think we're giving or any more rules to the Board of Supervisors.
Peter, can you roll back just the small changes that are still on the screen? It should just say unless a charter or an ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I think without a specific suggestion to what language that we should use, it's very hard for us to consider what to change.
Yeah, I would like to hear her.
Yeah.
Well, I think what it is that we're leaving out this appointing entity thing in the ordinance, the next paragraph. But okay, we can yeah.
Let's make sure that's what her concern is.
Yeah, so we need a specific language suggestion to change from what we currently have in the draft digest.
All right, Frances, can we?
Let's see if she's still. Frances,
Yes.
Yep, there she is. You are.
So the suggested specific language was instead of using the word or an ordinance, say or legislative action or by legislative action, because you don't. Since it's inaccurate to say an ordinance because you don't need an ordinance, although you can use an ordinance, but an ordinance is a legislative action. A committee vote is a legislative action. and actually in the legislation itself, it uses the word legislative something. I don't remember the term, but if you go back, so if you say, unless the charter or a legislative action sets a different rule.
The actual ordinance says, shall not apply to boards, commissions, or advisory bodies established by legislative act if the legislation specifically exempts the position from either or both requirements. So they use legislative act, which...
You can use a legislative act as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Francis.
I'd also like to point out, actually, in the second paragraph of the proposal, the same will continue language needs to be added or changed.
It's there.
No, for city bodies created through an ordinance, proposition will continue to allow. Because currently
just a little
Yes, that's because would continue to allow.
Will continue to allow. And then you might also want to change in that sentence the word ordinance to legislative act if you choose to make that change.
Thank you, Francis.
Legislative.
I don't know.
That's legislative action.
Yeah, so
I see what she's saying, because an ordinance isn't an act by changes the legislation and can be done by more than board.
More than legislative acts are broader than an ordinance.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't think anyone understands what an ordinance is. So just swapping legislative act and it isn't adding confusion. It's just a different term we have to define.
Sort of confusion. Okay, legislative act.
And then the next paragraph down,
through
an ordinance, instead there should be a legislative act.
Well, so that's a slightly different use of the word ordinance. So can city bodies be created through legislative acts or just ordinances only?
Well, I thought she was saying that the Board of Supervisors could take a vote to
create a committee.
Or a committee could do it. But legislative act, I mean, act, maybe some might read it not to be an act that's doing something, but as a law.
It is a law.
No, but legislative act.
Well, here's the actual legislation. Would anybody mind if I read it out loud, just so I can get a sense of what it actually does? All members of such bodies as described in subsection A shall be residents of the city and county, and the minimum age required to vote in municipal elections in the city and county at all times during the term of their respective offices, unless otherwise specifically provided in this charter. Either or both the requirements set forth in the first sentence of this subsection shall not apply to boards, commissions, or advisory bodies established by legislative act if the legislation specifically exempts the position from either or both requirements, or if the appointing officer or entity makes a finding that a person meeting both requirements and willing to serve could not be located. So I see where in the initial draft of the digest, we kind of call out the difference between something created by the charter, which can only be modified by a charter change, as opposed to any other board, commission, or advisory body, civic body, right?
Okay, yeah. So, so the inaccuracy is that ordinance is a type of legislative act.
Yeah.
And ordinance is not the only mechanism through which you can create a city body, and it's not the only mechanism that you can use to waive the requirements within the legislative act field. So I think we need to remove the word ordinance entirely from this digest. Is that, Jenica, are we going down a weird path here?
That is very technical. I'm going to need to do some consulting to confirm that what the things you just described could be done by resolution. Typically, things that are done in the Board of Supervisors are done by ordinance or resolution.
Yeah.
And so ordinance generally encompasses the acts that actually have binding effect. Resolutions are just, they have much lesser authority. So I would be surprised if you could make this kind of change by resolution.
Oh, okay.
So do we need to leave ordinance for now and consider revising it after you do some digging?
I would be concerned. I mean, ordinance is encompassed in legislative act, right? It's like it's a form of legislative act, right? So it wouldn't be inaccurate to revise it to say legislative act. You could do that, but it might be overly broad, and that's, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It may include categories of actions that can't function in this as to this particular issue.
But the language in the things refer the ordinance refers specifically to legislative. The charter amendment says legislative act.
Yes. So it would not be legally inaccurate for you to change it to legislative act if that's your preference. I think we included ordinance because it is accurate. These things can be done by ordinance, and we thought it was more specific and something that people were more familiar with. If you feel like that term is not any more helpful than legislative act, then
I think, Jenica, one of the things that it would be good to know is if these changes could be done by legislative acts other than an ordinance.
Yeah. So I don't have the answer off the top of my head. I will do some consulting now.
And one other follow-up question, is legislative act the same as legislation?
Yeah. No. I mean, no, because a legislative act could include a motion, and legislation is something that is written, reduced to writing.
Okay.
An ordinance, but also a resolution.
So I would
to make sure.
Yeah, that's why I asked about the word act, because on one hand, act could be a law. On the other, it could be the action of committee or whatever. So I didn't really know what.
No, that's what I wanted to make sure as well. So
let's jettison ordinance for the moment and do legislative act.
I agree.
Okay.
And then we can have a conversation as to whether there's a better word for legislative act.
That legislative action now. Okay.
And then it should probably be, let's go through and find ordinance. Can you do a global find, Peter? So, city bodies, is this true? A city body cannot be made through a legislative act. So if the Board of Supervisors say, we need to have a committee to study this, and they vote for it in session, and they create a committee, is that subject to this, because it's not an ordinance, it's a legislative act?
Ordinance is a type of legislative act. So.
Yeah. So it could be that that needs to say the way it is now, city bodies are created through the city charter or a legislative act.
I think you do need to be consistent. My suggestion would be if you're going to change ordinance, change it in both sections.
Yeah, I agree.
And it would be a legislative act, I think.
Yeah.
And then ordinance down below in people who serve on all city bodies, whether created through the charter or a legislative act.
Change to, or do you want this one changed too as well?
Oh yeah, I didn't see that was behind my camera. Sorry.
Boy, I think that's confusing. But
I don't like it either, but if other
we can't treat legal and acquisition
can create these things, we don't want to narrow it by mistake.
Yeah.
Or imply I mean, we're not changing the actual language of the proposal. We're trying to explain it to voters.
I have a question. Is the Board of Supervisors the only entity that can do these types of legislative acts? Because maybe we don't have to say legislative act in a lot of these places. Maybe we could just say through the city charter or by the Board of Supervisors. And again, let their mechanism, whatever they call it, and whatever the law determines that mechanism needs to be, not be something we bother defining.
That makes more sense to me. Jenica, can you give us an answer?
I will look into it.
So we could say in the first sentence, for example, city bodies are created either through the city charter or by the Board of Supervisors.
Here's the deal. What if the BART board creates a committee?
But that's not, the BART board is a regional board.
It's it's not a city committee.
It's not a city board.
But is the intent of this that, no, okay, I understand. We're not trying to change the eligibility for membership in regional boards.
Right.
I understand, okay.
So,
Like Board of Supervisors better than legislative act.
I do
Like
too.
legislative action better than legislative act.
Yeah, I like that. If we're going to do it, I like that legislative action better, but I
Right,
still think
yeah,
it
but-
opens the door to a whole lot of questions.
Huh.
But I think that you can't go with ordinance no matter what.
Okay. So we're suggesting replacing it with Board of Supervisors?
Or legislative action, depending on the answer we get from Jenica.
But then, of course, the question is, that's too broad.
Okay, so just to
Too narrow.
clarify the second request is that you want to know whether anyone else other than the Board of Supervisors, I mean, I think what's confusing about the change by saying through either the city charter or by the Board of Supervisors, that suggests that the Board of Supervisors wouldn't effectuate the change to the charter. And in fact, that's wrong, right? The Board of Supervisors has to come through them still. So in both cases, it's the board either, it's the board or the voters, right? Acting to put something, like it's the board and then the voters acting to change the charter. Or it's the board on its own acting ordinance. So the board isn't completely, it's not like they don't participate in the charter revision process, is what I'm trying to say. So that's my take on that first edit, and why I feel like that's a little confusing.
Huh. Ah, wow.
I think ordinance kind of fits.
but the point was that ordinance, that there's other legislative actions besides ordinance that may be able to create city bodies, and we're just not sure legally if that's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
So it could be possible. Go ahead, Jenica.
So, you know, in the hierarchy, in the city's legislative hierarchy, you have charter amendments, and that's sort of the highest authority that trumps whatever comes after it. Then there's actions by ordinance, and then there's actions by resolution and actions by motion. A resolution or a motion could not trump an ordinance. I don't believe you could make the changes contemplated in here through resolution or motion. That seems very unlikely to me, but I'm having a hard time resolving that by text message, so maybe a quick phone call. I will do that now.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we also have a situation where the voters could petition for an ordinance to be put before the vote.
We are at a point that we need an answer on this.
Right, but the
Yeah,
Board of
it's working.
Supervisors is not the only mechanism.
Sure, yeah. So we can't figure out possible solutions until we know what the actual mechanism is.
Legislative act, and then,
Well, a city charter is the voters.
but the Board of Supervisors is what Jenica is saying, weighs in on the charter process.
Yeah, so we're not taking my suggestion to use Board of Supervisors instead of legislative act. Janica's got her hand up. Yeah.
So I have confirmed there would be no way to make the changes contemplated in this digest by resolution or motion,
Yay.
only by charter or ordinance.
Yay.
Okay.
And I actually, you know, when I first drafted this digest for you, I had the same edit, charter or board of supervisors, but then I realized that I was inaccurate because the board does play a role in the charter process.
Sure. Okay, so we can use ordinance and it is not in some way leaving something out.
Correct.
Take out legislative act and put back in ordinance.
Yeah.
So the claim that Frances made to us is not entirely correct, right? Because her claim was that the Board of Supervisors could, by motion or resolution,
I see.
create a board.
And that's not, they cannot change the eligibility requirements. I mean, that's the question. And for our relevant inquiry here is, this establishes the eligibility requirements that cannot be done by a resolution or motion. It's either through a revision to the charter where it's already defined, or it's through an ordinance.
I think we've got to leave this ordinance and invite appeal, I guess.
Say that again.
I mean, it sounds like the only correct word is ordinance.
I think so.
That is the city's, you know, primary form of creating legislation. That's binding. Resolutions aren't binding in that same way. You know, there's whereas clauses, but if you're going to actually change the law, you have to do that through an ordinance.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
All right, I think we've covered everybody's concerns.
Can I ask just one other thing, Jenica? What you're saying is that if the Board of Supervisors created a committee by resolution or motion, that the criteria of this charter amendment governing eligibility to serve could not be trumped or changed by that resolution or motion?
Well, again, I didn't ask the question, and I can do this if you'd like, but the inquiry I made to my colleague was not, can a city board be created by motion or resolution? So that's the preface, right? So if that is the case, in my view, this proposed charter amendment would not touch that body because it's not an ordinance created body or a charter created body. It's created through a different mechanism. Now, it does say legislative act, that's true. So I guess I'm going to hedge a little bit. I can make the phone call if you want. I think that would be highly unlikely that the board can actually create bodies through motions or resolutions, but I'm happy to inquire if you are all interested in that question.
Well, I think the problem with it, if they do, then they can do away with it just as quickly, and I don't think that's the primary purpose of a commission or a body.
I think the question is, we're trying to grapple with the definition of the term legislative act, and that it's cleaner and easier if we can define a legislative act in this circumstance as being only an ordinance. And we're trying to, and what Jenica has told us is that in this context, only an ordinance.
Right.
Or but I don't know. You know, I think the Board of Supervisors can create any committee they want.
We will find out.
Yeah.
I think that either way, it is not likely or common, and so I offer that as a point of typically the digest address common situations, right? So I would find that to be rather unusual, but I'm not prepared to say that it's impossible.
So which is easier for a person reading this digest to understand, folks? Ordinance, or is it easier to understand, instead of legislative act, legislative action, of which an ordinance is a legislative action? So, you know,
I don't think either term is easier to understand. Both terms will need to be defined.
Right.
And I think that the ability for anyone, including us apparently, to understand which is what and what they are, we will need to define them, whatever it is that it is determined that they are within the context of this measure. So I'd like to suggest, that we stick with what we've got now, and should there be further legal clarification later, that we consider that legal clarification later.
I would like to also agree that we stay with ordinance because, one, we've used ordinance throughout the years, and our voters usually are fairly understand that an ordinance is a law. When you talk about legislative action, I'm not sure that they totally understand the differences in all the things that can be included in legislative action. So I like the way we have it now. I would think that if somebody, and we really don't ever try to get totally specific. That's one of the reasons we took out the definition of what it is to vote, because that was almost too specific. So in this instance, I'm all for agreeing with you, Lauren, that we just stay with ordinance and leave it.
Jennifer just raised her hand.
Okay. So historically, it has been done by resolution or motion. It's not something that's never happened. That said, in recent times, our office's recommendation has been that all city bodies be formed by ordinance. So basically, in the past, there may be bodies that were formed that way, but it's not something that's done. It's not something that we recommend that bodies do now. I don't have a precise sort of amount of time. Like, I can't tell you a date when that changed, but that's not our current legal recommendation to the board.
So
they could do it.
They could do it.
They just don't.
That is what I'm being told. It would be highly unusual. Yes,
or if the attorney were appointed who thought it was good, the attorney's office could say you should do it. But I don't know if that's
if it's current practice, I think we should stick with just the current practice.
That's the way it is now for that reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and the other thing, here's the other thing. Our language actually kind of hedges around this, because in the first paragraph of the way it is now, we say, in general, city bodies are created. We don't say always. We just say in general. We left it there, and I think that hedging language kind of gets us around this issue.
And the fact of the matter is, the actual charter amendment says legislative act. And so does it help the voter anymore to have it by ordinance versus legislative act? No. We've decided each concept is equally difficult to understand. And the objection raised by Frances, that she was looking for us to call out that the Board of Supervisors could, by resolution or motion, do this, it doesn't apply.
Well, and we use hedging language, so we are not trying to be the full laundry list of all of the mechanisms. We say in general, we don't say always.
Yeah, leave it ordinance. Leave it ordinance.
We could hedge more.
Nah.
We could say in general, city bodies can be created.
All right.
Yeah.
So, under this very unusual scenario where a city board body is created via motion or resolution, in light of the language in this proposed charter amendment that says legislative act, it is plausible that the eligibility requirements for such a body could also be changed via resolution or motion as an act of equal dignity. This is all very digesty, isn't it?
Yeah, boy. Listen, our constitutional law seminar will continue.
This is the perfect example of what our committee does.
Let's leave it ordinance and invite appeal.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah.
All right, so shall we have a final reading now that we've gone through, changed, rechanged, back, and whatever, Peter?
Yep. The way it is now, the city government includes many boards, commissions, and advisory bodies, city bodies. In general, city bodies are created through either the city charter, or by ordinance. People who serve on city bodies created through the charter must be registered to vote in San Francisco unless the charter sets a different rule. People who serve on city bodies created by ordinance are required to be registered to vote in San Francisco unless the Board of Supervisors has removed the requirement for that specific city body, or the public official making the appointment to a city body waives the San Francisco residency requirement because a qualified San Francisco resident could not be found. People who serve on all city bodies, whether created through the charter or ordinance, must be U.S. citizens. Proposal. Proposition blank would remove the requirement that a person must be a registered voter and a U.S. citizen to serve on any city body. Proposition blank will continue to require that people serving on city bodies be old enough to vote in city elections and be San Francisco residents, unless the charter or ordinance sets a different rule for a particular city body. For city bodies created through an ordinance, Proposition blank will continue to allow these requirements to be waived if a person meeting them cannot be found. A vote yes means, if you vote yes, you want to amend the city charter to remove the requirement that people serving on city boards, commissions, and advisory bodies must be registered voters and U.S. citizens, and will continue to require people be old enough to vote in city elections and be San Francisco residents. A no vote means, if you vote no, you do not want to make this change.
What is added in the proposal, in the last sentence of the first paragraph, unless the charter, ordinance, or board of supervisors?
No.
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 Okay. No.
Well, what about in the proposal, we say prop blah 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 would remove, and then we say will continue. Shouldn't it be would continue?
Yeah, I think all those wills need to be would.
Yeah, because
There's two of them
gone in.
in the proposal.
Yeah, would, yeah, and then in terms of ordinance, in most
And there's
references, we say ordinance, not an ordinance.
Yeah, I think that got undone when we were going back and forth.
Between legislative acts.
So do we want an ordinance or ordinance?
I think ordinance is fine. I don't know that we need the.
Yeah, because we have one in the proposal in the second paragraph.
So you can just take that out.
Yeah, I don't know if.
I think charter or ordinance says it.
Yeah.
Peter, can you control F for an ordinance and just take out the N?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because that's how.
One, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Okay. And for that matter, we don't need to say through the charter. We could just say charter or ordinance, but
that's yeah. That's more.
I would mind though before charter, since it's a proper noun with the capital C.
Makes it the. That's correct.
Yeah,
I can live with that.
Yeah, it's fine.
I think that's how most people would write it themselves rather than how we might write it.
Yeah. And the other nitpicky thing that I just am going to throw out is in the yes vote, that commissions and advisory bodies be registered voters. Do we have to say must be registered voters? Do we? I mean, I understand.
Yeah, I think you can take out must. Yeah.
I mean, and if we do that, do we take it out above to the must above or just leave it?
Where's the must?
Where's the
first line of the proposal?
Yeah.
We B, yeah. It's sort of skirting the subjunctive.
Yeah, requirement implies the must already. So.
Yeah.
All right.
We've accepted.
Now that we've made those changes, the chair entertains a motion to adopt.
Yeah, motion to adopt.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We've concluded this draft of legislation, and there is, for the moment, there is an appeals process, and we will be hearing appeals for this draft on Friday, starting at 9 a.m. It will be the second item on the agenda. If you are not pleased and would like us to reconsider any portion of this draft, please put into writing exactly what you would like for us to say and follow the directions on the screen. You will be emailing it to Peter Stevens via the Department of Elections. Is that slide on the screen?
It's not quite yet.
But it will be
right
soon.
It will be momentarily. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, and follow the information on the screen to send any appeals to him. We will then be considering that appeal on Friday morning as the second item on the agenda. Now, the time is now 11:47. The second item on the agenda is equally as long and confusing. So I would suggest that we take a break. I think some of us are ready to walk around and get something to eat, perhaps. So should we take a 30-minute break and come back at, well, shall we say at 12:20?
Yeah.
Will that give us all time to take a deep breath and change our thinking into something new and different?
Sure.
If that's the case, we're recessed until 11:20.
12:20.
Cool.
12:20, absolutely.
12. Great. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Do we have everyone back?
Is Jenica?
Hi, Andrew. How are you doing?
Hi, Andrew.
Covering this digest.
Hi, hello, Andrew.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Had a good lunch break?
Not long enough. I thought 38 minutes might work, but it didn't.
Yeah, I was going to say, it does seem to take a little longer at home than when we just pop in the back and eat some sandwiches.
Yeah, I was rushing down thinking I should have made it 12:30 at least.
Yeah.
Well, now we know.
Yep.
We know for future meetings, right?
Right.
Another 10 minutes for everyone.
Peter?
Yep.
If Jenica comes back, she and I are going to stay on afterwards for a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Does this measure your expertise, Andrew?
Not sure if I can say that, but I definitely did help put this one together.
That's what I thought. Okay. I'm glad to have you with us.
Yeah, good to see you all again.
How's this looking good for everyone when I share this?
Yes?
Yeah.
And are we public now and also still recording?
Yep, we are. We're public and
Okay.
recording.
All right. The Ballot Simplification Committee is back into session after recess. At this particular time, we are going to take up the Public Works Commission, Department of Sanitation and Streets, and Sanitation and Streets Commission. And this is the one where I wound up with the lead, interestingly enough. And as I was going through it yesterday, it dawned on me that Jenica, our deputy city attorney, had started with what was the final part of the legislative digest. I think that as what we need to decide before we go any further is what we see as the primary goal, not primary goal, but maybe it is a goal of this measure, and that is that yes, they are doing a public commission which will oversee the Department of Public Works, but more than that.
Betty, I'm sorry, is Scott back?
Huh? Funny what?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see.
All right, I can be on the camera if you want.
Oh no, I wasn't sure. Just because your video and audio was off, I didn't know if you were still finishing up.
He oftentimes listens and with his.
Sorry to interrupt, Betty. I just wasn't sure whether Scott was here.
That's okay.
All
Anyway,
good.
it was my feeling that the biggest part of this is that we're taking a voter, a charter amendment that was passed by the voters, which was the Department of Public Works, and we're splitting it into two separate departments. And I feel that splitting the two into two separate departments is of equal, if not more importance than creating a public commission that oversees the Department of Public Works. If in fact this passes, it will only be one half of the what we're discussing. So I changed this around to look at that as the primary focus, with everything else falling into that, because it contains many things. It contains not only the splitting of the department, but it includes the change of who appoints the directors of each. It changes the commission overseeing each, and it allows the Board of Supervisors to change the direction of some of the goals of the new commission. So taking that into consideration, that's why I changed it as much as I did, and I wound up doing my own because the changes I was making and switching everything around became so complicated that I figured you couldn't figure it out, and neither could I. So to start with,
Actually, Betty, do you mind if I just add one further clarification on that?
Sure.
So just to I completely understand the direction you're going with on this. I guess the one thing I just want to add is that it's not clear to me in terms of splitting the Department of Public Works whether you end up with 2 equal halves. You might not end up with like exactly 50-50 or thereabouts headcount in each constituent department. So that's just one thing I want to point out to the commission.
Oh, so the word
splitting it, but maybe not into 2 equal parts.
So okay, I appreciate that. So right off the bat, we can take the separate out of the proposal. But
separate may be fine. It's just not 2 equal.
And I appreciate that. I hadn't really made that. I knew it was 2, but I hadn't. And in fact, well, okay. Peter, would you read the way it is now, because I didn't change that very much.
Can we just read the entire thing to get that out of the way?
Well, because then you mean my entire draft?
The entire draft that Andrew presents.
Okay.
Especially since you're changing it
drastically. Yes. All right. Shall we have the city attorney's draft read?
Yep, this should be it right here. I can do that if you'd like.
Okay.
All right. The way it is now, the city's charter creates a Department of Public Works. The Department of Public Works currently has 4 divisions. Building Design and Construction, which designs, builds, and renovates many city buildings and structures. Infrastructure Design and Construction, which maintains the city's streets, sidewalks, curb ramps, and street structures, such as plazas, bridges, tunnels, and stairways. Finance and Administration, and Operations, which performs city building repair, street and sewer repair, maintenance of street trees, cleaning of public streets and sidewalks, graffiti removal and replacement of sidewalk trash cans. The city administrator oversees the Department of Public Works, which appoints its director. The mayor must concur with the city administrator's appointment of the director of Public Works. The proposal. Proposition blank would create a 5-member Public Works Commission to oversee the Department of Public Works instead of the city administrator. The Board of Supervisors would appoint 2 members to the commission, the mayor would appoint 2 members, and the city controller would appoint 1 member. Under Proposition blank, the mayor would appoint the Director of Public Works, chosen from applicants selected by the Public Works Commission. Proposition blank would also create a new Department of Sanitation and Streets, separate from the Department of Public Works. This new department would take over some duties that the Department of Public Works currently handles, including street sweeping and sidewalk cleaning, maintaining and cleaning public restrooms, providing and maintaining sidewalk trash cans, removing illegally dumped waste and graffiti, and maintaining street trees. Proposition blank would authorize the Board of Supervisors to change this new department's duties in the future by ordinance. Under Proposition blank, a 5-member Sanitation and Streets Commission would oversee the Department of Sanitation and Streets. The Board of Supervisors would appoint 2 members to the commission. The mayor would appoint 2 members, and the city controller would appoint 1 member. Under Proposition blank, the mayor would appoint the Director of Sanitation and Streets Commission, chosen from applicants selected by the Sanitation and Streets Commission. A yes vote means if you vote yes, you want to establish a Public Works Commission to oversee the Department of Public Works and to create a new Department of Sanitation and Streets with oversight by a Sanitation and Streets Commission. A no vote means if you vote no, you do not want to make this change.
Under the way it is now, I simply streamlined it. I made very few changes. I hate the first line, but I also hated the first line of that said the Department of Public Works, and then repeated it again. So I simply said created by charter amendment. The city's Department of Public Works has 4 divisions. We finally figured out what street structures are. And so I took out the street structures and just listed what they were, which are plazas, bridges, tunnels, and stairways. And then under operations, I decided performs repairs was kind of crazy when you could just say which repairs. City, buildings, streets and sewers, maintains streets and sidewalk trash cans, cleans public streets and sidewalks, and removes graffiti. I simply put them all under the verb that they had and cleaned it up. And then I finally said the city administrator oversees the Department of Public Works and appoints its director with the approval of the mayor. Does anybody have anything to say about the way it is now?
I agree that first sentence is still a little clunky.
Yeah, I think it's clunky too. Anything anybody could create that's better than mine would be fine, but I don't know what to do. I mean, we have to say the.
Okay, so I have a suggestion. So maybe we could write instead the city's Department of Public Works, comma, which was created by charter amendment, comma, has 4 divisions.
I had it that way, and I didn't like it, but then I didn't like it the other way either. So I
find it a little more clear to put the subject of the sentence at the beginning for readers when possible. It doesn't always work, but.
Well, yeah, because I think that the most important thing should come first, and that's the department, because we're going to talk about that.
And I'm perfectly fine with that, because that's exactly, how I must have played with this 6 or 7 different ways. So I'm fine with this. Anything else?
I just have a question about whiches and that's. So, for example, in bullet point 4, operations, which performs, are we going to prefer which in that, or do we want to say operations that performs city building repair?
Where?
The 4th bullet point and the way it is now. I mean, it's correct. I have no problems with being correct, but I generally avoid the word which.
Well, if it's in its own if it's in its own clause, it's okay.
Okay.
I think in the second bullet, well, actually, sorry. First, Peter, I know you've got some problems with bullets, but these are just text symbols, so not bulleted. I don't know if that matters. And in the second bullet, given our conversation over the last measure, we could just say which maintains city streets, sidewalk, curb ramps. You don't need the possessive.
I don't see a possessive. I see what you're saying. City streets. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
And Betty, when you took out the street structures, I believe you also took out a such as. So this is no longer the way it's written currently. It's written as an exhaustive list rather than an inclusive list. So we might need to, So there's the such as that came out. So we might need to write it so that it's on an exhaustive list.
Well, my thinking of that was that the others are so minuscule that and basically what the main they pointed out that such as plazas, bridges, tunnels, and stairways, because they are the predominant street structures. Then the others were getting into the weeds that I thought. Now I see what you want to say about such as, but I'm just trying to make it clean so that
right. And I'm just saying that this whole list now. So we have 2 lists that are actually one list. So it should be which maintains the city streets. Which maintains city streets, sidewalks, curb ramps, comma plazas, comma bridges, tunnels, and stairways. Right. So it's one list now, since we took out the transition.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good change.
Yeah.
And we can take out the word the before city.
Maintain city street, yeah. Also, in terms of formatting, shouldn't bullet points be
They should be in
aligned, like as opposed to having this indent that we're seeing here? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not formatted as a bulleted list. Those are bullet symbols with spaces after them right now. So it's a formatting.
Yeah, but it just looks kind of weird.
Yeah, but he'll correct it when it comes to,
Okay.
This is just unique to the program at the moment that he's trying to.
Oh, cool. Okay.
We ran into that problem yesterday as well.
Again, I have a question here. Do we need the word city in those first two bullets? We're talking about the city's Department of Public Works. Can we just kind of just say which design builds? Or no, actually the first one we need it. Right. I guess there's private plazas. Yeah, okay, never mind. I take that back.
Private streets too.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry, take it back. And I don't think we need to add anything, but I just want to raise one slight concern. It seems weird. It's not a concern. It just seems weird that I know we know what finance and administration means, maybe, but that's like the one bullet that doesn't have any description. The others do, and the other descriptions are quite lengthy, which actually some of the division descriptions are kind of self-explanatory as well, or at least at the same level as finance administration, building design and construction. These descriptions are pretty long, and it just seems weird that one doesn't include anything. I'm not saying it needs it, but I just want to point that out.
Well, I would hope that finance and administration I would think they probably don't really want us to know everything that they do, but they're fairly understandable, and most voters know what finance and administration is. It's important that they stay in there because later on they stay with the one department and not the other. So
yeah, no, I just wanted to point out a structure and consistency, but I think it's fine.
Right. Now the proposal.
Actually, I'm sorry, Betty. Do you mind if I make a few minor suggestions on the way it is now?
Sure.
You guys up. So on just responding to Lauren's last point, Lauren, would it flow better for you if finance administration was the fourth bullet? I mean, I guess it's like two long, one short, then one long.
No, I think it would get lost as the fourth bullet.
Yeah, no, it's fine, but thank you for that suggestion.
Then back to the first sentence, which I think people aren't big fans of. Instead of charter amendment, do you want to say which was created by the charter? Maybe it's a little bit less clunky.
Oh.
And we would say the city charter because it's first use.
And then I don't know, I mean, it's up to the committee, obviously, but I'm not sure if we actually need that clause at all. It's up to the committee's discretion. I think we should say the city's department has 4 divisions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Up to all of you. Mm-hmm. And in the very last sentence before the proposal, is it a little bit easier if we say with the mayor's approval instead of with the approval of the mayor? Just to save a couple words.
I had thought about that, and then I did this, so it's up to whatever anybody else thinks. We've been trying to stay away from possessives.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
We were trying to have an inanimate entity like the city be possessive, but the mayor is an individual. It's an office also, but
yeah. Okay.
The office is performed by a person. So I actually don't mind the possessive version.
Well, the reason I did it is because we appoint the Department of Public Works appoints its director. Well, yeah, we could say with the mayor's approval, but later on, then the commission appoints the director and gets into the walk. So I don't care.
Yeah,
makes
either way.
Makes it's easiest. Michelle, you're the copy editor. What's your thinking on the?
Well, I just pay attention to how things sound and read in some cases. With the approval of the mayor or the mayor's approval, well, I mean, either way, but I think that with the mayor's approval would be easier to read.
Okay. All right.
Sounds good.
And then on the first line, Andrew had suggested making it back again into 2 sentences.
Or actually, I was suggesting maybe just skipping the clause altogether.
Do we need to call out that the Department of Public Works is created by city's charter when discussing this charter amendment measure?
I think, I really think we do, Andrew, because the charter, the voter made this public works department, and now they're going to take this public works department and make it 2 departments.
Okay.
I think that's a fair point. Yeah, Betty, I think that's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to suggest a way to shorten the 4th bullet, which kind of goes on and on and on. I don't think we need to know that it repairs buildings, that it maintains trees. Maybe we could just say maintains, and just let maintain cover repair and cleaning. So the bullet would read operations which maintains city buildings, streets, sewers, street trees, sidewalk trash cans, sidewalks.
Cleans.
Yeah, take out all of that. Just make it a simple list instead of something that would require a semicolon if we left it there. And then see if there's, since we don't need to be exhaustive, we can probably clean out some redundancies here. I think sidewalks is here a lot. Streets, street trees.
We could take out the sidewalk trash cans. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we could leave in the trash cans, but take out the sidewalk. Because there's plenty of trash cans around.
Right, it's just city.
You need a comma after trees, please. And take out the and.
Yeah.
And we have streets and sewers, and we have public streets and sidewalks. So we can just take out public streets and just leave sidewalks.
Well, back to what we were discussing earlier, there are private as well.
Yeah, but it says streets earlier in the list already. It says which maintains city buildings, streets, sewers, street trees, trash cans, sidewalks, comma, and removes graffiti.
It's fine with me. It just seems like it's getting a little. I know we're trying to.
Is there a difference between city streets and public streets?
There is yeah.
Probably.
Between city streets and public streets?
I don't know what.
There are a few streets in the city that are actually technically state highways.
Oh.
So like
as well.
Like I think Sloat is one. I think
19th Avenue.
Yeah, 19th Ave is another one. So some
Does it-
overlapping jurisdiction with Caltrans, for example.
Can we just say which maintains? I don't think that with this list needs to be every single thing in every single detail, which is something we don't usually do, right? So.
The only problem is that's what's going to be the responsibility of the new department, but we do list that later on, so.
Let's leave it for now and revisit it.
Okay, all right.
Okay, but at least it's shorter as it is. I think that helps. And the redundancies are gone. Actually, Peter, we need an and before sidewalks. Remove the comma before sidewalks and put the word and. And then we need a comma after sidewalks.
Sidewalks, yes.
Thank you.
Lot of stuff. Let's see. Making 2 census for grants, classes, bridges.
And now, following what we just discussed, in the way it is now, it seems to me that it makes perfectly more sense to go straight into the separation of the department rather than change back to the commission and then start again later on down with the public works, because that's what the way it is now. We've talked about the public works department.
Mm-hmm. There's an extra, sorry, the last sentence of the way it is now, there's an extra space after approval before the end of at the end of the sentence. Thank you.
So now with the proposal, I've changed it to say proposition blank is a charter amendment that would split the public works department into 2 city departments. Please eliminate the separate then, I would think, since Andrew has told us they won't be totally separate. A new Department of Sanitation and Streets would assume responsibility.
I'm sorry, let me just clarify. So it will be a separate department. I guess the point I just wanted to clarify is that the constituent 2 different pieces won't necessarily be of equal size.
So,
I think you had described it as an intro, so separate is fine.
we could,
Splitting to two means that they're separate. When you split something to two, they become separate. So with the word separate was a redundancy there, so I think it's fine to take it out as Betty suggested.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
anybody else have a?
Yeah.
And a new Department of Sanitation and Streets would assume responsibility for sweeping streets and sidewalk cleaning, maintaining and cleaning public restrooms, providing and maintaining sidewalk trash cans, removing illegally dumped waste and graffiti, and maintaining city buildings and street trees. I tried to condense them all under exactly what the verb was that they were doing, so.
Right, okay.
I have, so the fourth one, removing illegally dumped waste and graffiti. So you can't illegally dump graffiti, so we should switch those two. So it should be removing graffiti and illegally dumped waste.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay.
I don't know. I've seen some graffiti that looks pretty dumped.
Yeah, I
see around me.
And then I added in the sentence, the Department of Public Works would continue to provide all other services mandated under the original charter. Just so people would realize what this new department was doing versus the other. And in the original Deputy Attorney's draft, they did not include city buildings, but that is in the legislation. So I included it into this one. I have another question about what this list includes and what it doesn't. So in the legislative text, one of the things that is going to be shifted to this new department includes providing construction, repair, remodeling, and management services for city-owned buildings and facilities. That's not a direct quote. And that's a big one to not include in this list to me. It's a significant portion of the budget, and it's a significant portion of the work as far as I understand things. So it seems odd to leave that one out. I included it in the fourth bullet, but from what I hear, you think it needs to be a separate bullet. I think that's buildings and trees are different, and I believe they're even managed by different divisions right now. So it seems strange to combine them. Yeah. Anybody else have any particular thought on that?
No.
Not on that. So
No.
I mean, one more time, I'm trying to get us out of all the weeds in this, so I'm welcoming all kinds of changes and ideas if you think it needs to be fleshed out. So yeah.
Where the part I'm having a hiccup with is in the first two sentences of this before the bullets. And that, we talk about splitting the public works into two city departments. And then we talk about a new Department of Sanitation and Streets. And then there's sort of a throwaway of the Department of Public Works to continue to provide all their services. And so the idea of what are the two, I find getting lost because all of a sudden I see five. And so I'm wondering if there is a way to transition into this list after saying, Department of Public Works will continue to provide services mandated under the original charter. I don't know. I can't get there. It's really hard.
But that's a good point. And what we could do would be put a colon. I know it's a redundancy, but we could have put a colon after departments and then list the two, the Public Works Department and the Department of Sanitation and Streets. And then take the department, the new department and make that bring that down to start a new paragraph.
So say, there where you're at, Peter.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Public Works Department.
Right.
Right, yeah, because then we have.
And a Department of Sanitation and Streets.
And a Department of Sanitation and Streets, period.
Yeah.
Right. And then drop that period, and then drop that down to say that the Department of Sanitation and Streets would,
I would say the new Department of
Right.
Sanitation and Streets.
That's what I had before. Yes, thank you. And it's
New Department of, yeah.
It just is clearer that, okay, there's still a Public Works Department.
Right.
that's a good call, Scott. Thank you.
And then it makes more sense to me.
Sure.
And,
Well,
and actually,
yes.
since we're right there, one thing that I would like to point out is we somehow switched Department of Public Works around to be Public Works Department.
Yep.
It's the Department of Public Works. Yes.
Right, yeah, so there's a couple of times where we kind of
Right.
around.
Yes, if we're going to do it, we might as well do it correctly. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, that as well, right?
All right, now thank you for that, Scott, because now we said, one, the Department of Sanitation Streets will do this, and the Department of Public Works will continue to provide all other services.
Yeah, and just on that sentence, Betty, one thing to be clear is, so DPW has duties under both the charter and ordinance. So they would still be obligated to do the other things that are set forth in separate ordinances.
So we should just end it after mandated?
You could say mandated under city law, mandated under the charter and ordinances.
Or we could just say
How
all
about
other
just services?
Yeah, we could just end it after all other
Where
services.
All other required services, all other mandated services, or just stop it at services?
Just stop at services.
I think we need mandated or required because other services could be anything.
Yeah.
Say required services.
Required services.
Well, I think mandated is probably a better word, but
Mandated under city law.
say mandated services.
So the other alternative,
We've already said in the way it is now what the others, all the services were.
yeah, I think the Department of Public Works would continue to provide all other services required by law.
Yeah.
All right, that's it.
Okay. Yeah.
I think that's very normal language.
I like required better than mandate.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go. All
I
right.
like it better in that use.
All right.
So back, we got a little sidetracked. So I had suggested separating city buildings into its own, or I don't know if there are maybe moving street trees, but it seems like those two combined on one line is odd.
If you want to make another, if you want to expand the city buildings, that's fine.
Or, we could say, instead of saying maintaining cleaning public restrooms, we could say maintaining city buildings, public restrooms, and street trees. If we're going to roll up things under common verbs.
So we're
Maintaining and cleaning public restrooms is part of maintaining them, so.
maintaining city public restrooms and street trees.
And then we would get rid of the second bullet. If we're gonna mush it, we should mush it consistently. And then now we have different verbs and different actions happening.
Okay, and no comma after restroom.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Maintaining, okay. Okay.
And we could even, we've got provided and maintaining sidewalk trash cans.
I think, yeah, there's a big difference between trash cans and sidewalk trash cans, and I like the sidewalk in there because you have a visual of what it is.
Sure, yeah, I'm wondering if we need both verbs there, and if we could just put sidewalk trash cans in the fourth bullet.
Well, here you have providing, so this implies that they have an acquisition involved.
Yeah, they have to move them around as well sometimes.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to see if there was any opportunity to further condense.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay. I know. I went through this last night. Yes, I understand.
Oh, yeah.
I understand your dilemma.
Yeah, how much verbiage do we really need there?
Right. And am I fleshing out something or am I not fleshing out what should be? Yes. So, all right. So then we're down to proposition blank would create a 5-member Sanitation and Streets Commission to oversee the Department of Sanitation and Streets. The Board of Supervisors would appoint 2 members to the commission, the mayor would appoint 2 members, and the city's controllers would appoint 1. And that's a whole brand new commission. So I personally felt we needed to just put it all in there, who appointed what, how it was, because we've always done that in the past. And people get really kind of nervous about, well, how is this commission going to, suddenly appear? So I just felt we'd fleshed it out and left it. So
sure. And then I'm noticing you removed the word at the end. This is fine. I'm noticing that you removed the word member at the end of that sentence, so the city controller would appoint 1. So I just think that we could remove the word members from the clause before. So it would read, the Board of Supervisors would appoint 2 members to the commission, the mayor would appoint 2, and the city controller would appoint 1.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
I believe just because this digest is going to talk about 2 commissions, I think we should use the word this commission in the second sentence of that paragraph. So the Board of Supervisors would appoint 2 members to this commission.
That's all right. I just thought it was, we already had the antecedent in the.
I think it's clear because it's in a paragraph, but I think a little extra clarity isn't hurt. And we'll make this change again in the next commission that we talk about.
Yeah, and then I went on to say, chosen from applicants selected by the Sanitation and Streets Commission, the mayor would appoint the Director of Sanitation and Streets Commission.
That's
not
dangling.
Yeah, there's an extra commission there at the end, I believe.
Well, no, because the way this is written, the mayor is.
Oh, I see. He would. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, it's the Department of Sanitation and Streets. Period. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe that error was actually in the original, Betty, so I don't think it's something you introduced. And then Peter, there's a the before the director that doesn't need to be capitalized.
That's not what I meant.
That's what I was talking about. Michelle, did you have a different point?
Well, what I was saying was that this sentence, chosen from applicants, and then you start the next clause with the mayor. That's a classic dangling.
Yeah,
whatever.
I think there's a sentence structure issue also.
That's.
So I would say the mayor would appoint the Director of Sanitation and Streets among the members of the Sanitation and Streets Commission.
No, that's not correct. But from the applicants selected by the. I think you could.
Oh, I see what. Okay, yeah. I didn't understand that. Yeah.
It's confusing between the department and the commission.
Right.
Yeah.
So the commission would select a list of applicants.
That's why I put it that way.
And then the mayor
Yeah,
selects.
I realize it's dangling, Michelle, but I did that deliberately because this is the way it went. The commission selects the applicants, and then the mayor selects the director from those. So, but this works.
I don't, and I think actually the way that we could further improve the sentence, because I don't know that whole comma transition is helpful. To Betty's point, if there's an act, there's a whole act that's happening here. So the mayor would appoint the Director of Sanitation and Streets from a group of applicants, or just from applicants selected by. I don't think we need that whole transition there. Yeah,
right, from applicants selected by the. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if selected by, is it proposed by? Is that clearer and accurate?
I think they have a whole bunch of applicants and they select the people from that they want to forward.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that was the word.
And then they're proposed to the mayor for appointment?
Well, it's the whole application process. You apply, and then from that application, the list is called, and from that list, and that list is called, and.
Right, and I, the voter, again, the mechanism for all of this to the voter is incidental. I think that it's the outcome that matters. So I'm worried that some of the language here is sort of picked up from the mechanism and isn't necessarily the clearest way of explaining what the voter needs to know.
So just in terms of the process, if it's helpful, so this is kind of the default process set forth in the charter about how to select a department head or director. So the commission would submit at least 3 applicants' names to the mayor, and the mayor would select from those selections.
And
Sorry to say select twice, 3 or 4.
No, that's
Select from that group.
That's fine. So I wonder if there's a way to, I always find applicants to be not, it's people, right? From
persons?
Yeah, so the mayor would appoint the director of sanitation and streets from a group of people proposed by the Sanitation and Streets Commission.
Oh, I think that,
Or selected by the Sanitation and Streets Commission.
I don't like the group because that signifies that it's a whole huge group.
A set of people, or
why just not? Why can't we?
Applicants remove this. I don't know. If we can say people.
Michelle, you're the copywriter. What word would you use?
The mayor would appoint the representative from applicants. I think it's more specific.
Okay.
You could use candidate.
And either way, but they have to have some sort of
I say candidate.
purpose. I mean, it's not as if they can just grab people off the street who. Yeah, I think this is a little bit more specific.
Well, I mean, what does it take to apply? Might not be.
Yeah.
Well, I'll bet for this they get about 25 people apply for it. I'll bet.
Candidate. Well, that's another option. Candidates? Yeah.
I think candidates is
Yeah.
a good.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It shows that they have some sort of
Okay.
doing this, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Cool. And so we'll be able to roll these same changes out to the next section, the next paragraph.
Yeah, we'll just pair it as we go down because that's what I did. And then Proposition Blank would also create a 5-member Public Works Commission to oversee the Department of Public Works. The Board of Supervisors would appoint, and we can just do what we did up above.
2 members to this.
Commission. The mayor would appoint 2, and the city controllers would appoint 1. So we're just, yeah.
We need to change the commission to this commission.
Yeah, this. Also, I think that there should be a comma after 2, since the next clause is a full sentence. It's an independent clause or whatever it's called.
That's your call. So we'll need to add a comma
in this case, yeah.
Okay, and we should add the same comma 2 paragraphs above that.
Yeah. And
Okay, and then the last paragraph on this page, we just need to parrot what we did previously. So the mayor would appoint the director of public works from candidates selected by the Public Works Commission.
And that's it. The biggest thing that I tried to do was to coordinate each change.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, and
they weren't
your
all
changes. Yeah, your changes took us very far. So under Proposition Blank.
And I felt that was important because this is a charter amendment, and here we're saying, you know, the Board of Supervisors can now go in and alter the duties, you know, by a 2/3 vote. So I thought that was an important statement to put in there. You don't have to agree with me, but and it wasn't in the deputy service as a deputy attorney's, but I just put it in there because I felt it was important. I don't know what you think or not.
that works.
Yeah, I think that works. I think the word alter is a little not quite clear. Maybe change the duties.
So if I could just add a little bit on this issue. So the two-thirds vote requirement is only to the extent the board wants to modify the new department's sort of core duties. So you may recall from the legislation that it sets forth sort of 8 core duties that this new department needs to carry out. So if it wants to change any of those, there's this 2/3 vote requirement.
So
But
we
the
can
board can still add on sort of by regular majority vote ordinance, additional duties. If that makes sense.
Well, I changed.
This is not entirely accurate.
It's what?
So this is not entirely accurate because they could still add on more to this department through regular majority vote. It's just you can't impact those core duties set forth in the charter unless you have a 2/3.
Okay.
So they can give them more to do
Right.
easily, but it's harder to give them less to do.
Basically, yeah, it's kind of setting the floor.
Okay.
Well, I would change alter to modify based on what you said.
And so one way that you could go about it if you want to keep in this idea is actually move this up closer to where we list the duties of the new department and say modify these duties. You see what I mean? So we sort of suggest that, like, yeah, for these kind of core things this new department's going to do, there is this 2/3 vote requirement.
Okay.
Not really not speak to the adding on concept.
That makes sense. Thank you.
And it also kind of keeps it all together too.
It does. Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking of it as a separate, but you showed. Okay. All right.
And do we need? I think we could just say could modify these duties. Period.
Yes, because we included it.
Because now it's in context.
Right.
And I think we could combine this sentence with the sentence underneath. They seem similar enough.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now we're down. Then we're down to the yes vote. How did we get here so quickly?
Amazing.
A yes vote means if you vote yes, you want to create a new Department of Sanitation and Streets with oversight from a new commission, and you want to establish a Public Works Commission to oversee the Department of Public Works. That's what I thought was the whole essence of the measure. Any other ideas?
Let me think.
I like that. That does it for me.
Okay.
I mean, we could go into the weeds and say with the mayor being appointed, appointing these and whatever, but this is the essence of what this measure does.
Okay.
And the Public Works Commission is very important to a whole bunches of people who right now feel like the Department of Public Works needs some oversight. So they're concerned with that. There are other people concerned with the streets, and I think that this measure, applies to both of them, and therefore that's all we really need to do in the yes vote. And
this mirrors what we have in the proposal now, and I think that's always a good thing to do, is to echo and reinforce.
And yeah, all right. Okay.
Sorry, I just noticed one thing. This might just be something we have to do in other things. In the last measure we did this morning, we had quotes around the word yes and no in the yes and no vote. So I think we need to either, whatever we do, we just need to do it consistently. This is more of a format thing, Peter, but.
And always before we put them in quotes, I'm not sure that we need to, but that's, as I said, the nice thing about this committee is we always catch something and can change something and make.
Yeah, and Peter, the comments should go inside the second quote. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, yeah. You go yes. Okay.
So one thing on the yes vote, and I think this is just a real clarity thing, and maybe I'm thinking of people who maybe are going to be reading this in translation or might have someone reading it for them. the first commission that we mentioned, we only say a new commission.
Do we need to spell it out?
I think we either need to spell it out or that needs to be lowercase commission because we haven't defined the term commission to apply to just that particular commission.
Well, we spelled out the the Public Works Commission, so I think we should spell out the Department of Sanitation and Streets Commission.
Yeah.
And they're both new, so.
Right, yeah. Okay.
So a new department.
I don't think we need new because they're both commissions are new.
Well, but in this, the way the yes vote is currently written, it says, and you want to establish the Public Works Commission. So it helps to have the word new before. Yeah.
Then we want to establish a new Public Works
Commission.
Well, I mean, if you're establishing something, it is by definition then new. We can add that for extra clarity, but it's not necessary to me.
I'm not sure it's needed. What do you feel, Scott? What you're thinking? You've been remarkably quiet.
You oversee a new department.
But because I'm in agreement.
Good.
You know, I don't think it needs new.
Okay.
Both commissions are new.
Right.
Well, you can say the same thing about the word create. I mean that.
No, these commissions don't currently exist.
No, the question is, if you create something, then wouldn't that be new?
Yeah. So Michelle, yours, the first new that's in the yes vote, we don't need. You want to create a Department of Sanitation and Streets with oversight from a new Department of Sanitation and Streets Commission. And you want to establish a new Public Works. No, we don't need new there.
Yeah. We don't need new anywhere.
We don't need new anywhere. Yeah. We don't need
well,
it's not clear that the commission, the Department of Sanitation and Streets Commission, is new without that new there to me.
Well, so what you're saying is that you're creating a department and a
Department of Sanitation and Streets Commission.
So you're
create in this current sentence construction does not apply to the Department of Sanitation and Streets Commission. It's with oversight from a.
Right.
Which is not in this sentence construction something that we are saying is also being created. So using the word new there, make sure that that's clear.
Oh yeah. I see what you're saying.
And Peter, just a very minor thing. So I think it's just Sanitation and Streets Commission, not Department of Sanitation and Streets Commission.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, good call.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Peter.
Yep. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. These names.
I tell ya.
Departments and commissions splitting.
It's like,
I'm not getting into any kind of whatever here, but I still do not understand why that one new is sitting all alone right in front of the Sanitation and Streets Commission. I understand the point that Lauren's trying to make, but the department is new, the commission is new, the Public Works Commission is new, and you either should put it in front of all of them or none of them. That's my thinking.
Remove the new. We don't need it.
Michelle?
I'm good.
Want to create this department with oversight from? Nah, I don't think we need it.
Every once in a while we get overruled. Yeah.
It's not me being overruled, it's a change being decided upon.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Yeah, this is not about some people's opinions. This is about what change is the change that needs to be made by the majority.
Yeah.
And well, should there be a comma after commission? Because the next phrase is a.
Defer to you on that one.
You want to establish a public works.
That's up to you.
That's a really long sentence. So maybe since we have two independent clauses.
Two independent clauses.
And you want to establish a public works commission.
If the comma creates more clarity, I think it's a good thing.
Well, visually, it kind of breaks up the sentence, which is a very long sentence.
It is.
So.
But most things on the ballot are long and involved, so.
I know. Well,
I know.
Lessen the pain, huh?
All right.
And now, and then if we're finished, are we finished with the yes vote now?
I am.
If not, then a no vote means if you vote no, you do not want to make these changes. And there's several, and S belongs on the end of change. So
There's a period missing at the end of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Eagle Eyes. We're going to rename you Eagle Eyes, Lauren.
That was actually a nickname my father gave me when I was a child.
All right. Is there anything else that we are thinking about? Should we have a read through just to catch?
Yeah, read through would be great.
Yeah.
All right. The way it is now, the city's Department of Public Works, which was created by the city charter, has 4 divisions. Building Design and Construction, which designs, builds, and renovates city buildings and structures. Infrastructure Design and Construction, which maintains city streets, sidewalks, curb ramps, plazas, bridges, tunnels, and stairways. Finance and Administration, and Operations, which maintains city buildings, streets, sewers, street trees, trash cans, and sidewalks, and removes graffiti. The city administrator oversees the Department of Public Works and appoints its director with the mayor's approval. The proposal. Proposition blank is a charter amendment that would split the Department of Public Works into 2 city departments, the Department of Public Works and the Department of Sanitation and Streets. The new Department of Sanitation and Streets is responsible for sweeping streets and sidewalk cleaning, providing and maintaining sidewalk trash cans, removing graffiti and illegally dumped waste, and maintaining city buildings, public restrooms, and street trees. Under Proposition blank, the Board of Supervisors, by a two-thirds vote, could modify these duties. The Department of Public Works would continue to provide all other services required by law. Proposition blank would create a 5-member Sanitation and Streets Commission to oversee the Department of Sanitation and Streets. The Board of Supervisors would appoint 2 members to this commission, the mayor would appoint 2, and the city controller would appoint 1. The mayor would appoint the Director of Sanitation and Streets from candidates selected by the Sanitation and Streets Commission. Proposition blank would also create a 5-member Public Works Commission to oversee the Department of Public Works. The Board of Supervisors would appoint 2 members to this commission, the mayor would appoint 2, and the city controller would appoint 1. The mayor would appoint the Director of Public Works from candidates selected by the Public Works Commission. A yes vote means, if you vote yes, you want to create a Department of Sanitation and Streets with oversight from the Sanitation and Streets Commission, and you want to establish a public works, the Department of Public Works. That means if you vote no, you do not want to see these changes, or you don't want to make these changes.
Is there any other comments from the committee?
Yeah, just one little one. Going way back up to the description of the departments that were created. Okay, in the proposal, after departments : there these should be lowercase.
Which one's down here? Wait. Can you point that out again where you're looking?
The proposal, the second line on the proposal, after department :
oh, gotcha, yeah.
D, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else?
The only suggestion that I have, when you get that one done, Peter, I would, under the proposal, after the 4 bullet points, we make a claim that the Board of Supervisors could, by 2/3 vote, modify these duties. And I would drop the Department of Public Works sentence to another line, because I don't think this amendment allows the Board of Supervisors by 2/3 vote to change the duties of the Department of Public Works. I think they're distinctly separate ideas, and by putting them in the same sentence, it conflates them a little bit.
I'll agree to that. Anybody else?
Yeah, if you don't mind, 3 very, very minor things. So trash cans. So under the way it is now, we omit sidewalk, and then under proposal, we include sidewalk. So I don't know which way you want to go with that. I think previously you had mentioned you liked sidewalk, so I don't know whether you want to include it up above. So yeah, on the way it is now, we reference trash cans, and under the proposal, we reference sidewalk trash cans.
Right.
So I think we just need to be consistent whichever way you go.
Add sidewalk to the way it is now. Because they don't maintain all trash cans in the city.
Yeah.
Right. And I think, Betty, you were pointing out there's a difference between the trash cans we pull out every week versus the sort of sidewalk trash cans.
Right. Right.
Second very minor thing is I don't know why we say the Department of Public Works and a Department of Sanitation of Streets. They could both be the, they could both be A's. It's a little weird to have them different.
That's a good point. We're separating it into two, so a Department of Public Works and a Department of Sanitation and Streets makes sense to me.
And then my third, very last minor comment is we say when we talk about the appointments, we reference the city's controller.
Yeah.
I don't have a strong feeling about this. I don't know if we could just say the controller. Because
Or
obviously we don't say the city mayor, we don't say the city's board. So.
Yeah, just the
I'm taking that out.
Yep.
And it would be the city controller anyway.
Yeah, and then the following one as well. The other.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, put in city.
Everyone city? Okay.
We're talking about taking out the whole, just saying the controller.
Right, exactly. That was my question. Whether we should just say.
No, I think it should say the city controller because there's many, many controllers.
Yeah, I think city.
City.
But it doesn't need to be possessive.
The city controller?
Yeah, just city controller. It's a job title.
Yeah.
Oh, versus maybe a controller working at a specific agency.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
And do that again in the, yeah, it's all done on the next one. Good job, Peter.
I've got two small things. In the proposal, the first bullet, we could just make it more consistent, sweeping streets and cleaning sidewalks.
Okay.
Okay.
And I believe by our normal style, all of those bullets should start with capital letter.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those bullet format. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't worry about that now.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I had, Betty.
And we've done this in an hour. Wow.
Well.
Yay for the edit process that we picked up for this. I think it's helping.
Yeah.
Anyway, now if I hear no other questions, then now is when we open the floor to public comment, and we ask that you tell us what you liked, what we did, and what you didn't like, and if you didn't like it, what you would replace it with.
All right, so anyone calling in, you can press *3 to be raise your hand, and if you're just on the call, you can click the little raise hand button at the bottom right of your screen. There we go.
Jen is back.
All right. Jen.
Oh, hi. I guess like the thing I don't really like is the yes vote. I mean, I think you guys belabored the situation about the whole whether to talk about like a new sanitation and streets commission or not to have new. But I guess I kind of see them as three different entities. You are creating a Department of Sanitation. You are also establishing two commissions as well. I have no suggestions of how to rectify the situation, but you know, that's just my comment. And thank you.
Does anyone from Supervisor Haney's office want to chime in? I know that there's some on this meeting and they had some questions earlier.
maybe they liked what we said.
Here we go. We have Honey Mahogany.
There we go, honey.
Yep. All right, Honey, you're on.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Well, I just want to say thank you so much. I know Supervisor Haney is actually listening and he's trying to get on, so I'm not sure if he may also raise his hand, just let me know. But he's been in communication with me around his thoughts as we've been listening. So we really, really appreciate the conversation that's happened today. I think that everyone has pretty much been right on. You know, we want to specifically highlight, you know, Member Packard, thank you for your astute reorganization of this, because we do believe that we don't want to mislead the voters, and the main point of this initiative is really to create a new department. So, you know, that's the most important part as we see it of this ballot measure, and it's the, excuse me, getting a call.
It's the supervisor.
It's also board day, so I'm getting a couple calls from colleagues. But yes, so we agree that that's the most important part. It's actually, you know, the Department of Sanitation and Streets, if we look at this measure, is 2/3 of it, because we're establishing the new department, and then we're also establishing a commission over the department, and then the Public Works Commission is sort of the third part. So we agree that that should come first. So no disagreements there. I think that the one issue that we had with it is we also think it may be a little bit misleading to talk about splitting the department specifically, because what we're actually doing in creating this new department is also giving it additional duties. And so we think that that gets a little muddled when we say splitting the department versus creating a new department. So that I think that is our feedback. I know that that is something you discussed and went back and forth on. We do strongly believe that it should be a new department and not just splitting the department. And should I just keep going with our feedback?
Sure.
Okay.
Now, although when we talk about splitting the department, we then do continue into that it's a new department. So, what would you have as an alternative?
Let me take a look. Can you highlight the language just so I can see it on the shared screen?
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't say new there, but I guess, yeah, our preference would have been just to say a new Department of Sanitation and Streets, but again, I know that you guys are going back and forth over this.
Well, we say it's split into the two departments. Then if you notice, the next line says the new Department of Sanitation and Streets is responsible for, and then we spend the rest of this paragraph with the bullets discussing what that new department does. So.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, honey. I just wanted to clarify. Is the concern that the characterization of the Department of Public Works is being split? Is that the issue, or is it instead, or also that it's not clear enough that the Department of Sanitation and Streets is new in the proposal section?
Yeah, we just wanted to make sure that it was clear that it was new and that it was not just merely a splitting, but that there are actually some new duties that are being assigned to this department that were not previously covered by Public Works. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then if I can just make one more point, and I know, are you seeing Supervisor Haney's hand? Is he?
Yeah, his hand is raised.
Should I just let him speak?
Sure.
Okay.
Unless you want to say it.
I would love to, but I also want to give him the opportunity to, because he's really passionate about this measure. So.
Yes, I'm sure he is. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Haney, you're on.
All right, can you hear me okay?
We certainly can.
All right, can you see me, or is that's not an option?
No.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you so much for your work on this and how thoughtful and deliberate you are around this. I also sat through this morning and was very impressed. I agree with the overwhelming majority of what you're doing. I think you caught many things that we hadn't even thought of, and especially the piece around making sure that we're leading with the department, because we've actually had some people be confused around this measure in some cases by saying, oh, it's the Department of Public Works Commission measure. And it obviously, as you recognize, does a lot more than that. And actually, the biggest thing that it does is around the department, which you flagged. There are two things that I just wanted to put out there as well that I think are important for clarity in terms of what we're doing. The first is the one around that Honey just raised, which is by saying under the proposal part that we are splitting the department. I'm just concerned that we are giving the impression that we're simply taking a part of the Department of Public Works and turning it into the Department of Sanitation and Streets. We are actually, as the ballot question clarifies, we are creating a new department that is different. It isn't simply just a part of the Department of Public Works that's turned into its own department. It includes new responsibilities, including those related to sidewalks and public restrooms that aren't currently included in the responsibilities of the operations department or section of Department of Public Works. So I just I'm not exactly sure the best way to say that in the proposal, but I do want people to understand that we are creating a new department with new responsibilities, of which some of them most of them are coming from the Department of Public Works, but we're also adding some that I think are important. The second thing that I do think that is really critical that isn't addressed in this description at all is the cost and waste analysis. We have an entire section of the ballot measure that really focuses on a services and audit unit, which is evaluating whether there are inefficiencies or waste in the administration of the operations of DPW and the new department, doing an annual audit, and we really outline very clearly what the purposes of that audit is and those functions. We also add that to the responsibilities of the commission explicitly. So I do think, particularly as the voters are going to be interested in some of the ways in which this measure addresses costs and looks intentionally at the inefficiencies and the way resources and wastes are identified. I think some mention of the services and audit unit would be important for the voters' understanding. And right now it isn't addressed. So in the measure it says the services and audit unit shall conduct a cost and waste analysis evaluating whether there are inefficiencies or waste in the administration and operations of the Department of Sanitation and Streets and the Department of Public Works, or inefficiencies or waste in the division of labor between these two departments. The annual audit shall make quantifiable, measurable recommendations for the elimination of inefficient operations and functions, consolidation of duplicative and overlapping activities and functions, integration of standardization of information maintenance systems, departmental accounting for expenditure of resources in terms of effectiveness, fourth, departmental deployment and utilization of personnel, and fifth, methods of operation to reduce consumption and waste of resources. I think this is a very specific and unusual thing that we added in, and particularly around some of the concerns and questions that voters will have around the very public corruption that has been alleged at the Department of Public Works. That I think that this is an important thing for voters to know that is included. It's a critical thing, I think, at least to mention somewhere.
Okay. Just for the committee itself, would you like to tell us what page number you were reading from?
Yeah, so it's page 12 in the legislation.
Starting with line 6.
Yeah.
It starts on page 11, though. I think why we missed it is it looks like it only applies to street, sidewalk, and park cleaning and maintenance, because it goes A, and then says performance audit. And it seems like only a performance audit for street, sidewalk, and public park maintenance and cleaning. And so it doesn't apply to all the tasks of this group, correct?
It does apply to the Department of Public Works as well, and the relationships between those two departments. It says specifically the services audit shall conduct an annual cost and waste analysis evaluating whether there are inefficiencies or waste in the administration and operations of the Department of Sanitation and Streets and the Department of Public Works, or inefficiencies or waste in the division of labor between the two departments. It absolutely does include the Department of Public Works explicitly.
No. But what I'm saying is that there are other activities that both of these units may engage in that are beyond street, sidewalk, and park cleaning and maintenance, correct? When we've talked about street furniture and things like this. And so there's design things that are not considered street, sidewalk, park cleaning, and maintenance that one of these departments is going to have to do, whereas the text seems to imply that it's only going to audit activities related to that limited range of services.
So Scott, so one, I legal can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe headings are so I'm ignoring the headings, F1.102, headings being kind of like a non-functional part of some of this stuff. It's more of a sign of things to come. We've got a section A and a section B, so that there's two different things happening. So I don't know if they actually, I think that the audit unit does both.
Well, it's why we didn't assign major importance. I mean,
A and B.
Is that what the 4 asterisks on line 5 mean, Andrew? You're muted, Andrew, by the way.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so the asterisks just indicate that we're excerpting a part of the existing law. So it would both be A and B.
So is the B on line 6 of page 12 subordinate to F1.102 on line 22 of page 11?
It's not subordinate to the title, which I think is what, Lauren, you were pointing out?
Yeah, so the title is not the actual charter, that's just a signpost. So A and B are both true and not subordinate of each other.
But before I think we need to get into the discussion here, we need to find out if the supervisor has anything else he'd like to add, because I know he has to leave and we need to close public comment before we go into discussion here.
I would just, there is a potential language around the proposal that I just wanted to share as a possibility that I think would be more accurate to what we're doing.
Okay.
And just for you to consider, obviously. So proposition blank is a charter amendment that would create a new Department of Sanitation and Streets that takes over some of the responsibilities of the Department of Public Works. I think it's more accurate than saying it's splitting it. It is definitely a new department with new responsibilities, so some way of reflecting that. Otherwise, I think people may think that looking at that language that, and not knowing the specific responsibilities, that we're just sort of slicing off of a part of the department, which some people may want or not want, but I don't think it's accurate.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate the suggestion. Anything else?
No, I think that those were the two main things, and I appreciate, I think what you all have done so far have made it more clear and will help people understand what's happening here. I do think the audit piece and the cost piece is important and was a big part of what we were doing with this and what we wanted to achieve, and I think somehow voters should know that it's in there, and I appreciate it.
All right, thank you so much. Have a good afternoon. I know you're rushing off and wanted us to.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, I could really see how you missed that, Betty. I mean, it was buried on the last page in the subsection.
No, I saw it, and I thought, it's the same kind of weeds we talk about every single time. I know he thinks it's new, and it may be new to this issue, but every single time that they're doing something, they have an audit committee, an oversight committee, and this and that. And it's up to the committee to decide if we really want to put into your 3 lines. It says there's a waste and analysis evaluation system, an annual system.
Are we done with public comment?
Looks like we have one hand raised.
Vincent Courtney?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I just wanted to piggyback. First of all, I want to thank all of you for the incredible work. It's a learning experience for me. I've been working in local government in one capacity or another for over 20 years, and I'm really, really impressed with your commitment, dedication, and attention to details. On behalf of the men and women that we represent, the largest bargaining unit at Public Works, I did want to piggyback a little bit on Supervisor Haney's comments. There is a lot of enthusiasm for additional layers of transparency, accountability, and oversight amongst the people at the Department of Public Works who work there, and then their family, their friends, and their spheres of influence. So we would like to see a line, if it's at all possible, in connection with new auditing and new oversight and transparency mechanisms that we think is a big part of this ballot measure. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any other hands on any other calls in the queue? If not, then public comment is closed. Based on Mr. Courtney's conversations, that is a very big, what's the word I want to say, discussion in the city at the moment with all the investigations and all the alleged comments. And I'm sure that the people in the department who work for the department are really, I guess the word is suffering under all the publicity. And maybe, I don't know.
Debbie, oftentimes when in like a bond measure, for example, we do have a sentence that we typically include that kind of addresses this. I'm not sure that this will get to the level of detail that folks are kind of calling for here. But, in the bond measures, we say things like proposition blank would require the citizen's general obligation, that one. You could take that sentence and just make that sentence for this. So proposition blank would require the services and audit unit to provide auditing and oversight for these departments.
Well, I almost would take just the very first line. I appreciate what he's saying about transparency. While I had thought about it and gave it up early on, I now have an understanding about why people are concerned about this. But the first line says, shall conduct an annual cost and waste analysis evaluating inefficiencies and waste in administration. Duh. I mean, that doesn't cover what they're saying, but that at least is something, and it says that's the legislation about what they're doing.
I would add administration and operations of both departments.
Okay, so which section?
But we would
see the instructions.
And B on page 12.
So under the proposal, go after the commission's creation at the very bottom. Right, and so right before the yes vote, and after that, right where your cursor is, give me a hard return. Position blank.
Proposition.
Oh, sorry.
Proposition.
Blank, yes. Requires the city audit unit. But the city services audit unit to conduct.
And I would say annually conduct.
To annually conduct a cost and waste analysis evaluating whether, W-H-E-T-H-E-R, there are inefficiencies or waste in the administration and operations of both departments.
And I would think that should cover our mission and their concerns.
Yeah, I've got two things. It should be proposition blank would require.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Do you have to?
And I do not believe cost and waste analysis is, it would have to go into the words you need to know no matter what, but I just think that that's a level of complexity we don't really need here because the analysis does a thing. So I think we could say that annually annually evaluate whether there are inefficiencies or waste in the administration and operations of those departments. Just skip the cost and waste part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should we cap services audit unit since that seems to be its official name?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in the legislation. It says services audit unit.
Yeah.
And it is capitalized.
Yeah. So services audit unit.
To annually evaluate.
Yeah. How do you feel about to boldly go, Michelle?
To what?
I don't like the split infinitive myself.
That's
to evaluate.
That is old-fashioned. There can be split infinitives. It's just depending on whether or not it sounds better.
Can we just put each year somewhere instead?
To evaluate.
Each year, I like that.
Each year, yeah.
Well,
Well, you can say evaluate each year any inefficiencies or waste in the.
I think.
Do we even need to say each year or annually? I mean, we don't get into that weed usually.
Oh, okay.
No, it does say annually in the legislative text.
I understand it does, but like when we talk about general obligation bond oversight committees, we don't talk about how often they have to review how bonds are spent. So do we need to talk about how often this evaluation will be?
I think this is a unique case.
I think that.
And we've also left out cost, and I think people need. I mean, I think inefficiencies and waste cost may be understood in that for us, but I'm not sure cost is understood in it for the voter. So
then could we say in the administration, operations, and spending of both departments? Like I get your point, Betty, about the cost thing, but I just don't know that people get what that means.
Huh.
This is fine for me because the annual thing is at the end of the sentence. That's fine. I like that. It's clean.
It actually emphasizes it a bit more having it at the end of the sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, at least we've put in something that allows the voter to see that there's some transparency demanded from the department, which is the concern of both Mr. Courtney and Supervisor Haney.
The one thing I would not do though is add this to a yes vote means.
No.
This is
it's right above the.
Well, it's like just like we didn't add the mayor and
right.
Things.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification, Scott. Make sure we're agreed on that.
Also in anticipation of any calls to do otherwise by others.
All right, so have we addressed this concern sufficiently?
No, we've got a whole bunch here to look at.
No, but this specific one.
Could I add a quick question on this one? I apologize if I missed your commenting on this. I think you guys previously said city services audit unit. Did you want to omit city?
Yeah, we generally don't. We're trying to not put the word city in a lot.
Got it.
Um,
Okay.
The only reason we would put it in is if there's a services audit unit that is not citywide. So if departments happen to have them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there more than one services audit unit, Andrew?
So this would be the services audit unit within the controller's office.
Is there another one?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's something that it's within the controller's office. It would be a citywide unit, so they can look at a range of departments' operations.
So it's okay the way it's is.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Yeah, I think this covers the transparency that both the supervisor and Mr. Courtney were concerned about.
Yeah, without getting into the jargon.
Yeah, and Jen was concerned about the new. She felt like
well, there's a couple of comments. There's a couple of comments that kind of all speak to the first paragraph of the proposal. We might need to. So Jen had the one about new. Supervisor Haney and Honey also said that the splitting is a bit of a mischaracterization, and
that's not what. I don't think that's what Jen was talking about, but that's okay. Go ahead.
But they're all about the same section.
Well, you use the word like separate rather than split. I mean, it's a little less dramatic.
I actually don't believe that that's the mechanism. The mechanism is distributing the duties differently, but it is creating a new department. It's not a split. It's creating a new department and moving some of the duties over.
And I like what the supervisor said when he says that would create a new department taking over some of the responsibilities of the Department of Public Works.
Yeah, I like that too.
And rather than say create a new department, couldn't you say create a Department of Sanitation and Streets, comma, taking over some of the responsibilities of the Public Works?
Yeah. Yeah, Daddy, I think it might help us to emphasize to folks during public comment that we would prefer they give us, like Supervisor Haney did, that.
Well, I keep trying to do that, but
I know.
Yeah, but you can, some people just can't do that. So,
I know. I'm just asking if we could remind them for each measure, because not everyone is tuning into other measures, so they might not have heard that request before.
Well, I did it on this one, but I don't know that everybody was online at that time. Now we're saying that would create a Department of Sanitation and Streets, taking over some. Do we need a comma there? Taking over some of the responsibilities of the Department of Public Works.
Taking over. Chart that would create a Department of Sanitation too.
Right?
God, taking over isn't taking.
Which would take.
Which would, yeah, that's, I thinking.
Yeah, I think that's the style. Also, we have inserted the word responsibilities. In other parts, we use the word duties. So we probably should just be consistent, whichever one we use.
Yeah.
Okay. See, the problem that Jen had, she thought that we always needed to put in new before we talked about the new Department of Sanitation and Streets, the new commission, the new, we discussed that.
Yeah, in the version we just had, it wasn't clear that it was being created or that it was split. So I think I believe this addresses this, and Jen can let us know if it doesn't.
Well, she's also talking about that further on down in the commissions and stuff, and we have been over that. The point is that she has brought that up again, and so we need to say we've discussed that, and we think it gets into the redundancy. But we have said here the new Department of Sanitation Streets is responsible for. Is that new there? because right above we said create a Department of Sanitation and Streets. Then we go down and say the new Department of Sanitation and Streets is responsible for. Do we want to say new there or not? We don't, not up there, Peter, but down.
Somewhere.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, Jen would say yes.
Well, you could say this new Department of Sanitation and Streets.
Mhm. Yeah.
Sort of ramp it up. I mean,
I think it's helpful to call out the new one because there is one. I think that does provide a little further clarity to help people kind of keep track of which department we're talking about. Especially since the part that's different is at the end of the name of the department, right? They have to keep reading in order to figure out which one we're talking about, so the name kind of gives them a signal.
yeah, and plus I think it's a nice way to remind people that this is indeed a new entity, whereas
Yeah, and we have an is that needs to be a would be. So the second paragraph of the proposal, the new Department of Sanitation and Streets would be responsible for.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we need to consider while we're doing that then, because right below that we say proposition blank would create a 5-member Sanitation and Streets Commission, which is new. Do we feel that it's new there?
No, I think when we use the word create, we don't need the word new. We might want to use the word new in other spots in order to make sure it's clear.
We did say create above though, and then immediately said new. So I'm just
a different sentence.
I'm just wanting everybody to be on board with what we do here.
I think we're consistent with what we've decided to right now.
Well, yeah, it's not as if it's in the same paragraph. This is in the proposal. So you have the creation aspect, and then next section, you could just, I think that new would just amplify the idea.
And see, I don't think we need one when we're talking about the commission because it, you know, it is new and we said it's create. So I just think the more new that we use, the more we confuse the issue. So
I was referring to the bullet points, not to this paragraph.
Yeah. Well, I think Jen in particular was concerned that we weren't using the new enough. But
well.
I think when we use the word create, we don't need to use the word new. We can choose to use the word new if we want to add further clarity when needed.
Too many details. This is fine.
Yeah.
Right. And I think we have talked about the cost and waste that Mr. Haney had talked about, and also the supervisor talked about, and we changed the proposals to point out that we're creating the department, which is separate from the Department of Public Works, and we talked about the layers of transparency. So I think we've covered everybody's concerns.
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
I move we accept the draft digest as authored.
I think we have to have a final reading and then we can accept it.
Yeah.
Put ahead, sorry.
Yeah.
Sun finally came out in my neighborhood, you know. It's got me all
quite
scared.
all right. I'm agreeing with you, Scott.
All right.
Peter?
All right. The way it is now, the city's Department of Public Works, which was created by the city charter, has 4 divisions. Building Design and Construction, which designs, builds, and renovates city buildings and structures. Infrastructure Design and Construction, which maintains city streets, sidewalks, curb ramps, plazas, bridges, tunnels, and stairways. Finance and Administration and Operations, which maintains city buildings, streets, sewers, street trees, sidewalk trash cans, and sidewalks, and removes graffiti. The city administrator oversees the Department of Public Works and appoints its director with the mayor's approval. The proposal. Proposition blank is a charter amendment that would create a Department of Sanitation and Streets, which would take over some of the duties of the Department of Public Works. This new Department of Sanitation and Streets would be responsible for sweeping streets and cleaning sidewalks, providing and maintaining sidewalk trash cans, removing graffiti and illegally dumped waste, and maintaining city buildings, public restrooms, and street trees. Under Proposition blank, the Board of Supervisors, by a 2/3 vote, could modify these duties. The Department of Public Works would continue to provide all other services required by law. Proposition blank would create a 5-member Sanitation and Streets Commission to oversee the Department of Sanitation and Streets. The Board of Supervisors would appoint 2 members to this commission, the mayor would appoint 2, and the city controller would appoint 1. The mayor would appoint the Director of Sanitation and Streets from candidates selected by the Sanitation and Streets Commission. Proposition blank would also create a 5-member Public Work Commission to oversee the Department of Public Works. The Board of Supervisors would appoint 2 members to this commission, the mayor would appoint 2, and the city controller would appoint 1. The mayor would appoint the Director of Public Works from candidates selected by the Public Works Commission. Proposition blank would require the Services Audit Unit to evaluate whether there are inefficiencies or waste in the administration, operations, and spending of both departments each year. A yes vote means, if you vote yes, you want to create a Department of Sanitation and Streets with oversight from the Sanitation and Streets Commission, and you want to establish a Public Works Commission to oversee the Department of Public Works. A no vote means if you vote no, you do not want to make these changes.
Any comments?
Yeah, sorry. We, in the first bulleted list, this laundry list of things, we have in the second bullet, and then in the fourth bullet, we have streets. So infrastructure design and construction, which maintains city streets, operations, which maintains city buildings, streets. So in both places, there's so many, we use the word street so many times, so that one in particular is just jumping out at me. So I think, again, these are not exhaustive lists of every single thing, so we could just take it out of one spot, that would help. I don't know which one is.
I would take the city out and leave the streets.
Wait.
The word, it's streets, Betty, we have streets in both the second and the fourth bullet.
Oh, no. Let's see. Yeah, and because the city applies to everything that comes after it. It's just that in the second bullet, streets comes after city, and in the fourth, buildings comes after it.
So are both departments responsible for city streets? I mean, I just don't think these aren't exhaustive lists, so it's not necessary to list in 2 places. We could just list it in either under infrastructure or under operations.
Well, I was following the way it was written, so Andrew, what do you?
I'm not saying that the organization of this department makes any sense. I'm just saying that in this, it seems confusing to have it in 2 places. It's a not exhaustive list.
It depends upon whether each division is responsible. Andrew?
Yeah, huh.
I'm actually looking that up right now. If you wouldn't mind bearing with me for 1 minute or moving on to the next point.
Yeah. And my point is, no matter what it says, we don't have to include everything in either of those spots. So we can choose to take it out.
Okay.
We've taken out other things.
Except that the one thing people complain about the most in the city are the streets. And
sure, it will still appear in one spot. So
maintain city streets.
Andrew will let us know which one it belongs best in.
So the way that it reads now, it seems that these 2 divisions are responsible for maintenance.
I think they each have their own particular.
They have their own little way of doing it, but I guess maintenance could refer to different things. And one cluster of responsibilities under maintenance can be done by the infrastructure.
And they might both have roles in the streets, but I find it confusing to include streets in both spots.
So my impression upon a quick read of the BLA report that I included with all the other materials is that operations in terms of its maintenance of streets is more sort of ordinary street repair or repaving, sort of kind of run-of-the-mill kind of upkeep of the streets. Building design and construction does more like master planning or sort of bigger infrastructure projects, of which streets could be a component, or infrastructure design and construction.
Operations repairs potholes.
Exactly. And I think infrastructure design and construction, and I'm sure I'm missing a lot of details here and nuances here, but it's sort of more like beginning level kind of streets. Does that make sense?
We need. Did we say street surface?
Well, maybe maintains is the problem. Because when you talk about fixing potholes, that's more of a function of maintenance, whereas design and construction, I don't know.
We don't have to give an entire organizational chart for the Department of Public Works. So,
Yeah, but.
So could we say, since operations is really about street surfaces, could we just say street surfaces?
No, I think it's deeper than that, Lauren. I was just trying to draw an example.
Sure. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out a way that we're not,
I'm sorry, but I don't think that putting it both places is going to just be a real problem with the voters. I think they're going to see it and go, oh yeah, streets. I think
actually, not to be weird about this, but it actually kind of calls out the need for the audit clause in the proposal, because there's clearly ways in which these two departments are going to overlap.
Yeah.
Okay. Good point.
Anyway.
Okay.
I just think rather than playing, it's just easier to leave it at this point. Have you got anything else, Lauren, that you were complaining about?
No, just that repetition.
But like, wouldn't, for example, infrastructure design and construction, who is responsible? I don't know. I don't want to get into this. For where they're going to plant trees.
My point was we don't need to be exhaustive. So if we could, but if the repetition is fine with everyone else, then I'm fine.
They're two sentences apart, so the repetition doesn't bother me at this point.
Yeah, no, but I see your point. It's just,
Okay, that's fine.
That they're two sentences.
Withdraw.
Anything else?
See anything?
Then the chair entertains a motion to accept this draft as read.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The draft is as read. We do have an appeals process, and Peter will be putting on the screen a way to send your appeal to the Department of Elections. We ask that you put it in writing as to what you dislike and how you would replace it. The appeals must be in his office by 4 p.m. tomorrow, and we will take up the appeal on Friday morning. This will be number 3 on the agenda on Friday morning. He has just posted how you...
Oh, I do need to actually update this, so I'm going to take this down. The date is from today.
Yeah, so it's
so
tomorrow the 22nd. Yeah, it'll be tomorrow, 4 p.m. on the 22nd. And we appreciate everybody's comments. I am also required to see if there's anybody online who would like to discuss the ballot itself and anything that pertains to the ballot.
Oh, we do have a caller.
Yeah, yeah.
There we are.
And you're on.
Can you hear me now?
We can, David.
Hi, David Pilpel. Sorry, I'm juggling between meetings. There's an MTA board meeting happening. I'm sorry I wasn't able to follow the DPW measure. I'll read what you did. If I need to appeal it, I'll do that. I talked to Peter earlier offline. We will work out some process by which I or others could file it's not an appeal. It's a request for reconsideration.
Right.
For those people who don't have email, because I don't have email and I don't want to have to go down to the office, and we'll find some way to make that happen, and I'll be very specific in the language suggestions. I had another general public comment, and I forget where that is on the agenda. Are we doing that now, or are we not there yet?
We are right there now.
Okay. So my very brief public comment is, thank you, doing great work. Wow, are you getting into the weeds and the details of all of this? This is like a great civics lesson that lots of people should be exposed to or required to attend. But I also wanted to say very specifically, I spoke to Chris Bowman last night, who's moved to Yountville and is doing okay and is alive and concerned about the world. And he wanted to pass on his regards to the committee. And he certainly spent many, many hours with you over the years and misses you and wanted me to say that specifically to you, Chair Packard, and the rest of the committee.
Thank you. I saw him in the spring, and we chatted a few things. He was telling me all about Yountville, so I'm glad he's doing well.
And I could do my Chris Bowman impression, but I'll skip that for the moment.
I was going to say, now we have you instead of Chris. Okay.
Well, it's not the same thing. I could only aspire to that. Never mind.
Very close.
All right, I'll keep working on my reconsideration request. Thanks again. Take care.
All right, thank you. All right. Is there anything else that the committee would like to say, bring up, whatever? If not,
Betty,
yeah.
We haven't done work you need to know for the measures for today.
Yeah, we haven't.
Yeah, we probably should do that.
Sorry.
Because we need to come back to civic bodies.
I know.
Yeah.
So what are the words that you have listed here, my dear?
City bodies.
Yes, definitely.
I need the final draft that we.
Yep.
Are we?
Let's pull that back up.
Interestingly enough, I worked really, really hard so that we wouldn't try to have too many words you needed to know.
Show off.
Well, I have I will preview to you because I'll send it out tonight, the document that I'm working on with the changes, and I need some help. So
okay.
I hope y'all can help me out with some stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
And that?
Yeah. What? Didn't we have?
So Pierre, we need the draft final from this morning.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, we can do this one first.
Yeah, we can do this one first.
Weren't we going to be voter registration or something like that?
Yeah, but let's do this measure first then.
City body. Oh.
Well, that's the first one, yeah.
So, division.
I don't know. I think street furniture. We really should have, done more with that.
You mean street structures? Yes. Yeah. You noticed how I got around that one.
Yeah.
Better place, not being in the digest.
I really don't.
Down a little bit.
I really don't see anything in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the idea of graffiti, illegally public waste, I'm going to get into the weeds.
See anything?
And this is defining what this group does. I think we're good with this one.
Is city controller something we mentioned city controller? Is that something we normally would define?
No.
Okay, because I know we define ordinance and stuff like that.
Because the city controller's statement will be on the same page with this.
Okay.
So let's go back to the morning one.
Yeah.
Do we need to, so we mentioned the services audit unit. Do we need to define that?
I think that, to me, that's self-explanatory. Does anybody else feel that it needs to be?
Do we define, the bond oversight committee?
No, we don't.
No.
Then we shouldn't, because I think we should be consistent in what we define and what we don't.
And the bond oversight committee, what does it do? It oversees the bond.
Sure, and I just want to make sure, that's why I asked if that's something if we define. If we define that, I think we should find services audit unit. But since we don't, then we shouldn't.
Well,
the city charter is already in the words you need to.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
I think it is.
City bodies we got to do something with.
Yeah.
And then
So
Lauren,
Peter, city bodies needs to be added to the list.
and then Lauren asked Peter to save on his clipboard issues about registered voter. We had that whole sentence, registered voter, and it's, you can't be this, you've got to be that, and there was something in that sentence. I think it was registered voter or voter registration that we wanted to add to the terms,
To register to vote, you must be.
And we talked about how that's in other parts of the ballot.
Well, we are, on Monday, we are dealing with the frequently asked questions, and so we're supposed to clean those up on Monday, and, or at least I scheduled them to be cleaned up on Monday. And so at that point, we can pretty well go through the requirements for registration, the date, the age, all of that. And hopefully that will then help with the explanation of what's going on in the measures themselves.
So maybe, Peter, could you just add to the list like a registered to vote question mark, and depending on how the rest of the ballot guide works out, we may find we need to add something to the words you need to know?
Yep.
Thank you. Just put a pin in that.
The power of TV.
Yeah.
Can you scroll down a little for me, Peter?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
I mean, I think that like U.S. citizen, we're good. Registered voter was the term that we were thinking of defining.
And we are going, that will be all, in fact, it's highlighted on the page right before us.
Well, just because it's on the page before doesn't, people look to the words you need to know for definitions. They may not know to look elsewhere in the voter information pamphlet. I think registered voters should go in the words you need to know. We shouldn't rely on them finding it somewhere else.
Well, we can put it on there and discuss it when we get down to the words you need to know.
Yeah.
That gives us a chance to think about it. See.
Yeah.
Especially after we do the other work and see how we
Now, Betty, I have a question for you. On the words you need to know, are we limiting the words generally to the language we use in our digest? Or if there are words that are in the actual legislative text?
We limit it to our digest.
That's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. Things like
If we did the actual legislation, it would be a very large.
Let's not make it any worse than it already is.
Just making sure. Just making sure.
So do we need to define boards? Do we need to define commissions? Do we need to define advisory bodies?
They're all usually on our regular words you need to know.
All right, Peter, can you write those down so we make sure that they are?
This is the election with city bodies.
No, this is the one we really need to spend some time thinking about over the next week. Bodies. There's got to be, given the COVID problems, all I think about is refrigerator trucks and carrying out bodies from the hospitals, and I see that's exactly what starts through my brain, and I go, no, that's not the vision I should have. But
to me, it sounds a little bit like parasites.
Yeah, I know.
People serving on city bodies are parasites.
Anyway.
I think
any other words you need to know from this?
I think we've been at this too long today. I didn't see any others.
I didn't either.
Then I think we've covered that. I will tell you, just for your sake of planning, since we finished the words you need to know for that, that as of today, unless the supervisors do someone does something really strange between now and next week, we will not be meeting next Thursday, not a week from Thursday. So for your planning schedule, you'll have a day to do all the odds and ends and things that you were putting off till Saturday. So we're meeting next week. We're meeting Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. And on Friday, we will be taking up all the appeals for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They will be nasty probably, so be prepared for a long day on Friday.
And so, Betty, you're anticipating then we will not need to meet for all or some of the week of the 3rd of August, correct?
Is that next week? Yes. No.
That's 2 weeks.
That's the week after.
Yes, I'm saying no, we will not meet. If we get everything done, which I'm working hard to do, I'm hoping we will be through by Thursday of that week, and then not having to meet on Tuesday. So I would hope we would only be able to have to meet Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And if we get our act together and nothing transpires from the supervisors and everybody that normally throws their ugly heads at the last minute, we could be through on Wednesday. But I'm not putting that out. I'm saying I'm anticipating we'll be through on the Thursday of that week.
Okay, Betty, I have too many Wednesdays and Thursdays in my world. So you're saying that we are meeting Monday the 27th.
Right.
We are meeting Wednesday the 29th.
Monday the 27th, Tuesday the 28th, Wednesday the 29th, and Friday
the 31st.
And then the next week's Monday the 3rd, Wednesday the 5th, and hopefully not, but probably the 6th.
Okay.
We are, yeah, okay.
Well, Betty, I for one will.
And that, shall I say, that's a temporary.
Yeah.
I hated to give you the last week because I don't know where we are with next week, but I do know at this moment with the scheduling, we are not going to be meeting next week on Thursday.
Okay.
Friday is going to be a long appeals day. We've got some really, really gritty stuff to deal with next week, and I'm sure that it will not go without long appeals.
Okay, and I will, for one, continue to hold all the days, but I appreciate the heads up that it might be given back to me. I won't go booking anything.
Well, you could on Wednesday, but
no,
but not on the last week.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Because
my time is yours.
Anything that pops up will be thrown into the last week, because we have to do our PR.
I for one am totally confused. Peter, you're going to get us an agenda for next week.
Yes,
Friday of this week?
Thursday of this week.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
He's already got it.
yeah, I have to put it together. So you'll be getting it soon.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just giving you a heads up in case you wanted to, do something crazy and go for a bike ride. And I, after you were talking about slow streets yesterday, I was reading in our local next door that they've now made 20th Street a slow street. So I'll have to go down and check it out.
They're great. I'm a fan.
There you go. All right. If we have nothing else for the day, then let's adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Right.
Great.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for a very long day. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you all.
All right.
Tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right. Thank you, everybody.